this morning because I have a packed day today, and today we're gonna be making some pastel. All right, let me just make sure. Okay, my lighting is on. I am in my kitchen very early this morning. Everyone is still sleeping. It's 10 to 5, which means it's 4:50 a.m. and we are making pastel today. And I have to make everything from scratch. I didn't prep anything. The only thing I prepped was my foil and my leaf, and that's it. I have to make seasoning. I have to season the minced beef, and we have to make the dough balls. So let's get right into it. Nice. So first up on the list of things to do is to make seasoning first and foremost. So I do have my seasoning here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to wash it out, and we're gonna come back, do a rough chop, and blend this up. All right. So let me just go wash this off, and I'll be right back, guys. Alright, so that is what I am essentially going to do first. Alright, so let me go wash this off. Oh, let me set up my screen. I forgot to do that. Yes. Hi and welcome. This morning we are in my kitchen today, and we are going to be making pastel from scratch. So like I said, I don't have anything prepped as yet. I have to make seasoning to season my minced beef. I have to season the beef itself, and we have to start making our pastel from scratch. So it is 4:52 a.m. Pastel, because of the amount of pastel that I usually make, pastel takes me roughly about 5 to 6 hours to make, because I do make roughly four and a half dozens of pastel. So we're gonna get right into that today. I am going to wash off my seasoning because we do need to wash it off before we start to actually make the seasoning, to get all the dirt and the gunk out of the seasoning, because we get our seasoning fresh, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wash off my seasoning, and we're gonna prep it so that we can make some seasoning for our pastel. So this is my first time going live at this time of the morning. It's very early here in Trinidad. It's now 4:53 a.m. and we're gonna get right into it. So let me go wash it off and bring it back, and we can start to prep our seasons. Let me lower my stand a bit. Good. I think that should be roughly like a good height. Yeah, so that you all will be able to see my stuff on my table. I am, like I said, I am going to wash off my seasoning, and we're gonna start to chop it up, and yeah, let's get into it, guys. So I do have my two bowls, I do have two bowls because I am going to need one as a discard pile and one for my seasoning itself, right? Oh my gosh, I got some beautiful fine thyme here. My husband brought this seasoning for me, and it's smelling wonderful. So I'll just put the fine thyme separate, because we are going to need a lot of the fine thyme, especially when we are cooking the minced beef, right? So yeah, we're gonna do that. I'm just putting aside the frying time. And like I said, I do have to make everything from start. I did not make season. I did not season the minced beef. I didn't do anything as yet. My husband brought them yesterday for me. And I had a very hectic day. That's why you all did not see me live yesterday. So I do have to do everything all the way from the start. Today, normally I would have my meat prepped and seasoned, and then I would just start to cook and go straight into it. But this morning, or this year I should say, I don't have anything prepped or meat seasoned beforehand, so I have to do that now, right? And I'm gonna do it in batches. I'm gonna wash this off in batches so that we can actually start going. Good, so I have my seasoning here. Well, at least one set of it. We roughly cutting off the ends because we are gonna replant this. Probably not today, but it is gonna be replanted, right? I'm gonna take out any brown pieces that we have here, and I'm just giving this a rough cut because it is going into the blender. Alright, so rough cuts. So essentially this is what it's looking like. It's going to be, blender is going to do all the work for us. I am going to need some chopped up, but that is not very important right now. So it is pretty early. I don't think I've never done a live at this time of the morning before. Usually I would go live closer to like 7 a.m. go up, but the day that I have today with making pastel and doing other things, the best thing to do is to start now, right? My legs are pretty sore because last night I went to the gym and it was legs day, so my legs are pretty sore. They're trembling a little bit, but this pastel has to get done now, right? This is called fine thyme here in Trinidad, and it is wonderful to cook in pastel, right? Just have some more to wash up. And like I said, we're not doing too much when it comes to, hi, thank you. We're not doing too much when it comes to the chopping process, because when it goes into our blender, it's going to come down very fine. So you don't need to study about getting in very detailed to chop up, you know, too small. So y'all are going to be here with me for a very long time today, because this is not a 1 hour process. This is roughly like 5-6 hours because of the amount of pastel that I'm making. And if you all have ever been to Trinidad or know about Trinidad pastel around this time of the year, you'd know that it takes a lot of time. It's very tasty, but it is a food, or yeah, it is a food that requires you to really be, you know, to really get into it. And especially if you're doing it alone without any additional help, it does take quite a while, right? And my family is sleeping right now, so best way to get started before the children wake up. Hi, how are you doing? Right? What I can do is put stuff in this bag here to throw away, right? And for my seasoning, I have chive here. I'm gonna get another bag with pimento, garlic, shadow benny, celery, everything, and then we're gonna blend that up. So I have some pimentos here. It's not a hot pepper. So this is what it looks like. It's not a hot pepper. It's just simply adds, it's a really nice flavorful experience that you get from pimento. It has a very distinct flavor that adds so much to your dishes without adding spice, you know. So the plan essentially is to season the minced beef, and when we season the beef, we're gonna allow that to marinate for a bit while we work on the dough balls for the pasta, right? I have a lot more in the freezer, in the fridge, but we are just working with this in batches for now. So I have to wash this off, and I'll come back and give it a rough chop. Nice. So we have, I'm gonna do the shadow benny first. Just organize them so that we're able to cut off the stem properly. Nice. Right, and just a rough chop, not doing too much to spend a lot of time on this. This is gonna be time consuming, so you want to make sure and reserve your time effectively when it comes to making pastel. Always so. Season. Right. Y'all, I've been having a lot of very busy days, so that's why you all have not really seen me live as much. Well, yeah, as much I'm doing as I usually would, because my days have been calling. Hi CJ, my days have been calling for me to be a little more hands-on. So, you know, that's why you all haven't really seen me live per se at the usual times I would be live, doing the usual things I would, you know. So I'm just taking out the hot peppers because I do not add hot peppers to anything that I'm making, because my children eat from it. I am great, CG. My children eat from it, and I do not want it to be spicy for them. I am on a lot earlier than I usually would, CG, because we are making pastel today. And if you all have ever visited my channel, you all will understand that pastel is one of my top viewed recipe on my channel. It's one of the most popular recipes on my channel, so you all should stick around to see how it's made, you know, how it's made essentially, and if you all would be interested in making pastel too, if you all have never heard about pastel, right? So nice. We have, good, so we have our seasoning ready here. This is chive, shadow benny, garlic, parsley, or celery, and pimento. No hot peppers are going into here, right? We put the hot peppers in a separate bag. We don't need this. We are not going to need this for quite a while, unless I'm making pepper sauce for me. Alright, so we're just gonna put that to the side. We're gonna wash this off, and we're gonna bring the blender right on the table here and start to blend this up. So I have my blender here. And you just get the extension cord because usually my plugs are on the next side of me. So my table is a bit wet. So I have to kind of dry it down a bit. Nice. So we have our blender. I do need to have a banana. I am in the gym and I do have a trainer, which we have to be accountable for everything that we're eating. So no matter what time of day it is, I have to take a picture of whatever I'm eating to send to my trainer. So I am just doing that because I woke up pretty hungry. I went to bed around 11 last night, well 11:30 actually, and I woke up at 4. So yeah. When I am in the kitchen and I'm doing things and I make a mess, I like to clean it up one time. So how are you guys doing? It's a pleasure to be here with you all this morning. Right, so let's get into our seasoning here. Good morning from Italy. Same to you. What time is it over there in Italy? I'm adding water so it's easier for my blender to blend this up. I think I'm gonna need to add some more. opened my back door so that some of the noise could escape. You don't want to wake up anybody and it's too early and they get up grumpy. So I'm going to bottle it out because I do have a little more to blend again. I am adding some salt to this. Not sure where the cover, exact cover for this bottle is, so green seasoning. I'm gonna put this back up here and blend the rest of this inside of here. Salt in this one. Yes. And just move the salt to the side. Yeah, I'm going to be using this blender again. My bowl here. I'm going to get the minced beef, right? So this is our first packet of minced beef. I'm going to just open it up and put in that minced beef in there. Next. So this is our minced beef or ground beef, as some persons may know it as. I do need to have my water on hand because So we have a line here. In order to cut the freshness from the minced beef, we are going to need to squeeze some lime in it. And I'm just going to do it over my hand to catch the seeds and stuff. I'm doing one whole lime. Make sure I got out all the juice. Yeah, I did. Squeezing another one. You don't want to get any freshness in this whatsoever, so you really need to put your lime or your lemon juice in there. Make sure I have some hot water. Right, so we're gonna put some salt into our minced beef. Gonna put some of that green seasoning that we made there. And this is something you really want to season very well, because it is gonna be the heart of your pastel, and you want your pastel to be flavorful, so therefore it means that your meat needs to be flavorful. We're gonna put some of this Maggi all-purpose seasoning there. Right, you could measure this based on how much minced beef you are cooking, right, and how much salt you actually want in it. So this is entirely based on your salt preference. Right, and I like to also add some soy sauce into my minced beef, and this is definitely for color, right? And you're gonna take your hand, and we are gonna need to add more seasoning to it, but you have to start actually mixing your beef in order to know how much more seasoning is needed based on the color. If your minced beef has started getting darker with the soy sauce, but there's still a lot of light areas, chances are there's also light areas when it comes to your seasoning as well. So I will definitely need to add more seasoning, and minced beef is something that tends to really take a lot of seasoning. As I said, it is the heart of your dish, so you want to make sure that it is properly seasoned. And while it's cooking, you also have to add seasoning while it's cooking. So that is something to note when you are making when you are seasoning meat for pastel. You want to ensure that you have a lot of seasoning on hand. Right, I like to use my hands because I like to be able to feel the texture of the minced beef, as well as the texture to know that we're getting all the way in with the seasoning and stuff. Right, we will adjust the salt content when we are cooking, but for the time being we don't want to add too much too much salt. When we have started cooking it, then we will add salt. So this is one batch of minced beef seasoned. I'm going to get the next set. Right guys, so that first bag was 4 pounds of minced beef. This bag is now 5 pounds of minced beef. So in total, I am seasoning a total of 9 pounds of minced beef. I want a fully loaded pastel, so as in I'm not gonna minge on my beef at all. So there's that. We adding our, I have to add a line. We have a nice big line. Same thing over the hands, so as to catch if there's any seeds in there. Doesn't go into your minced beef. Got 1, 2 seeds got in there. 3 seeds snuck in this one. Gonna add our salt, and like I said, the salt, you will have to adjust that salt content, because minced beef is something that tends to take a lot of salt. We have our green seasoning here. I still have more seasoning in the fridge to make, but I am making the essentials of what I need right now. Right, and my all-purpose seasoning. So like I said, it's a total of 9 pounds of minced beef that I am seasoning to cook today. Well, in a little while. So while we prep the other set of ingredients for our minced beef, for our pastel, this is going to be marinating. I really want to get in there. This is so cold. Have to add some seasoning. We do have to add some chopped seasoning. Say this was blended seasoning, but when it's cooking, we do have to add some chopped seasoning to it for it to slowly integrate the flavors into the minced beef. That is really gonna add the kick to your pastel. This set of minced beef was really cold, so my hand is kind of freezing. Nice. So that's our minced beef, and we're gonna just set that aside. Let me clear up the table because we are going to really need the space on this table here. just move my blender from here. We do have to do a salt as well. Okay. Because my container is almost practically empty. Alright, so we top back up on salt. Good. So we are wiping down our space because we are going to need this space, and we want to make sure that this space is also clean, right? Good. We're gonna get the biggest bowl that we have. Make sure that it's clean. One second, guys. Just watching. So we're just getting our ingredients. You are gonna need, I use this is Promosa. It is pre-cooked yellow cornmeal. So this is what we're gonna be using. So first things first, I'm just gonna lay out all of my ingredients. So you are going to need a whole margarine for this. I got my scissors. And you're gonna need to have hot water on hand there because this requires hot water. Cutting this package and open. And the measurements on this is a 2-pound bag of cornmeal. So you're gonna need, this is a 2-pound bag. There is a 5-pound bag that the grocery sells. They did not have it, so I usually do it in halves. So I usually use like 2.5 to 2 pounds of cornmeal. So that is what we're going in with. Right, and we're going in with the whole packets. Whole packet. Right, so we have our pack of Promosa here / cornmeal flour. I am going to get a measuring cup and I'm using the wet measuring cup measurements, and we're going to get some flour. And for my recipes, I usually use all-purpose flour. So this is the wet measuring cup, and I'm using 1/2 cup of flour for this recipe. You don't need more than 1/2 cup. This is just gonna give it like a base. We're adding salt to taste. We're gonna add some sugar to this as well. Just about like two teaspoons. Hi guys, welcome to my channel. So today we're making Trini Pastelle, right? You're gonna add some Maggi all-purpose seasoning. So this is what it looks like. I know they usually have it selling in the packets and you'll add like 1 pack, but because I kind of already know the eyeball measurement to that, I know how much to add to it. Alright. And you want to make sure you give all your dry ingredients a good mix. You want to make sure and have a margarine on hand, and I'm using the Golden brand today. We're going to just cut this up into smaller pieces. It's okay if it's hard or, you know, not like thawed out, counter thawed out, because we are going to add hot water to this. So I am going to cut this up smaller. Hi Wendy. We are going to cut this up smaller. So put it in there, but we are using the whole thing. Nice. Nice. So I have my kettle boiling. Right, let me just discard up these things so that our counter space is clear for us to go. So essentially this is what it should be looking like, right? we are going to go in with roughly 7 to 8 cups of hot water. You are going to need hot water. You need to be very careful with this stuff. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am going to put some more back to hot just in case I need it. Only when I start mixing it, then I know. Remember, this is hot water, so you need to be very careful when you are mixing this. You don't want to go in and rush mixing this at all. It will get burned. This is hot, boiling water that is in here. Most of the flavor that is going to flavor the pastel itself is going to come from the meat, right? I'm not gonna, I do have to put my hand in here, but I'm not gonna put my hand in here just yet. We want to make sure that it's, so on this side here you all will see it still has a lot of dry cornmeal flour, and that is an indication that we may need 1 more cup of hot water. So I do have my kettle boiling. I have more water boiling, and if you have a kettle, well then, you know, it's gonna make that boiling time a lot faster. Still very dark outside. It is now 5:38 a.m. here in Trinidad. And like I was saying earlier on, pastel usually takes me roughly 5 to 6 hours to make. Sometimes if you're counting the boiling time, it's like 7 hours. Simply because I don't make 1 dozen pastel, I make roughly 4.5 to 5 dozen pastels at a time. Hi, it's Trinidad and Tobago, not tobacco. Right. So we do have a little dry patch on this side here. So I am waiting for the hot water. When the place gets a little more brighter, my English is not my, okay, I understand. My apologies, I understand. Yeah, so once the place gets a little more light outdoors, because it's still very dark, it's only 5:40 a.m. so it's still pretty dark outside. You all will see a lot more light coming in just now. For this recipe as well, I also use like 3/4 cups of oil. Between 2/3 to 3/4 cup, I'm doing 2/3. I do want to add a little more of the all-purpose seasoning. Nice, our kettle is hot, so I'm gonna get that last cup that we were waiting on. And like I said, this is boiling hot water, so you all need to be very careful when you're mixing this. Ouch. Nice, so we have a very nice soft dough. So this is what it's like. So this pastel or this recipe usually makes roughly around 4.5 dozens of pastel, right? Sometimes I do have orders, so persons do purchase pastel from me. This year I started really late in terms of my pastel making, but I am making pastel for my family today. And when you make pastel, you could essentially freeze the pastel, which means that you can bag them out because they are going into leaf and then a foil. So you can freeze them, which is what we do. We freeze them, and this lasts us like a month to 2 months, and we eat it as a meal, breakfast, lunch. You could add it as a breakfast option, you could add it as part of your lunch option, and then you could add it as part of your dinner option. So this pastel, or this amount of pastel that you all are seeing me making here, could make roughly 4.5 to 5 dozen pastel, which is essentially what we're going to be doing today, right? If you cannot consume all of your pastel, you put it into your freezer. Trust me, it lasts very long. Pastel is something that lasts really, really long in your freezer. You just take it out and you steam it and you're good to go. So our pastel dough is now finished, and we're going to start boiling it out. Now this is hot, bear that in mind. I like to oil my hand. This is to keep the dough moist, right? So you could use if you want, you could use like an ice cream scoop to measure so that all of the balls look the same, but I know how to kind of like eyeball it, so I don't need to do that. So this is the size that I'm making, right? And I'm gonna rest it onto my counter. I like to boil out all so that I would know how much essentially that I'm getting. And it's so soft that when you just roll it, it forms a nice smooth dough. And when you boil this out, you are going to need to cover it down, not with a damp cloth, but with a wet cloth, right? That is to ensure that all the moisture stays inside of your pasta. have you all ever made pastel before? And what time of the year do you usually make pastel? Or what time of the month in December do you make pastel? Normally I would start making pastel from November because I would have so much orders. But I started really late this year. I did have a few other commitments that I was trying to ensure that I fulfilled. So I started making pastel, well, today, guys, which is really late of me. Because I know there are persons that came to my channel and watched my previous pastel recipe. I've never gone live making pastel before. And it isn't that, the dough isn't that hot anymore. Which essentially works out better for me because my hands don't burn up. Alright, so we already rolled out 1 dozen and we season 9 pounds of minced beef. Alright, so my hand doesn't have that much moisture anymore, so I'm gonna put some more oil and just like rub it all over my hands. Just like if you're rubbing cream, you want to make sure your hands are fully moisturized or saturated with oil in order to help coat the pastels. And for pastels, you are going to need fig leaf or banana leaf, as some persons may know it as. The banana leaf, making your pastel with banana leaf also gives the pastel a very nice, authentic flavor. I mean, you can do it with foil, however, when you just wrap your pastel with foil alone and not the fig leaf, the foil tends to dry out the pastel. Because you do have to steam it or boil it for like roughly 30 minutes in order to cook the pastels. And after this we are going to start cooking our minced beef, and then I guess we could, while the minced beef is cooking, we could probably have some breakfast. What type of, it's not pasta, it's called pastel. So it's made up of corn flour, right, and minced beef. In your minced beef, suspect you can put raisins, you can put capers. I may put some raisins in mine today, not sure, because I do have raisins in the fridge, so we will see. I might make some, I might put some. Usually I don't like raisins into my pastel, but I know my husband likes it, so I may add some raisins. So we did boil out 2 dozen pastel already. My hands is dry again, so I do need to put some more oil on there. And when I'm finished, thank God I am full, otherwise I would have stolen that. Yeah, so we're making pastel. Hi, Chris. Good morning. Yeah, well, I didn't go live yesterday, Chris. I had a lot of things going on yesterday, so I needed to drift. My focus wasn't, all there to be able to multitask and do the things that I usually do while I'm live. So I was not live yesterday. So but I'm live today and we're making pastel. This process usually takes roughly 5 to 6 hours, 7 hours if you're counting the cooking time. So y'all are gonna be live with me whole day today, guys. I hope you all would like that, because I know I would. You are beautiful and a great wife and mother. Seems as you're multitasking is just fine. Thanks, Chris. Some days, in order for me to, like, when I say multitasking, like being able to go live and do the things that I do with with a vigorous focus, so it just wasn't there yesterday, and I was a bit exhausted because I did start going to the gym. So I started the gym not last week. Yeah, it was last week. I started the gym last week. So my body was, a bit tired. That's how it could be sometimes. Yeah, but the gym is doing more than work on my body. It's doing work on my mind as well. So it is a great place for me to just be at the end of the day, so that I'm able to, focus a lot more during the day. So yes, the body might be tea, but it helps the mind. 1, 2, 3. So we did 3 dozens. Let me just make some space on the table here. Right. So we're making some space on the table. So yeah, I've been trying to go to the gym every day. Well, roughly 4 days a week, because usually Wednesdays are my rest day, but because tomorrow is Christmas, I may have to go tonight to the gym. That's fine, because the gym, I don't think our trainer is training tomorrow. Yeah, he's not training tomorrow, so we we'll have to go tonight. Right. I have to put some more oil on my hands. Right, so pastel is something you are going to need a lot of oil for, in order to keep your dough moisturized, 2, 3, 4, 5. After one maximum row. And also I have my brothers here to plait later. He's gonna come down after work with his wife. So I do have his hair to comb later on this evening as well, before I head to the gym. So starting this pastel early was very important. When I tell you important, it was really important. Right, so essentially what we're doing is just boiling out the pastel balls. I don't like to do this one at a time, because I like to know how much pastel that I'm going to be setting myself up to do, or organizing myself, not setting myself, but organizing myself to do throughout the day. Not you're unsure about, okay, I'm not sure how much I'll make with this dough, or I'm not certain of how much pastel I'll get. No, I like to know how much I am making. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4, so we have 4 dozens already bowled out. So this might give us like 4.5 dozens of pastel. What are your plans for today? My hands are getting a bit sticky. What's your plans for today? Given that it is a day before Christmas. Just gonna go in, and if there are any that are really small, just add a little more to it. Like the first 2 that I rolled out was a bit small, so I'm just kind of adding a little excess to it. And let me tell you, all of your cornmeal counts. It counts. Don't think that it doesn't count. All of it counts. It will make a difference when you start opening up your pastel. To put that meat filling, right? So our pastel is finished. Let me just put this bowl and all my other utensils that we use into the sink. Good. So let me just show you guys what we are working with. So these are our pastel balls there, and I do have them all laid out on the table like that. And I'm gonna wet some cloths because we do need our cloths wet. We don't need them damp, we need them wet in order to hold the moisture into your dough, because your dough will become dry if your cloths aren't wet. So I'm gonna wet some cloths and cover them down. In the meantime, I put my pot up to heat up in order to be able to cook the mince. So I'm going to start covering them down. And over, as we start progressing throughout the day, we are going to need to wet the clothes throughout the process because they will become dry. Nice. All right, nice. So our pot is heating up behind us. Just give me a minute and I'll be right back. Good. So while our pot is heating up, I am going to get another pack of seasoning in order for us to chop up, because when we are cooking minced beef on the stove, you do need additional seasoning. It is the foundation of cooking pastel and being able to have a flavorful pastel. So you are going to need a lot of seasoning for pastel. So I do have another set of seasoning here, except with this seasoning we are going to put it into our mini chopper to chop up. We just have to wash it off. Let me just wash this off and come back real quick, guys. And like I said, I didn't do any of this prior to. Normally I would usually have a lot of this prepared before. But I did procrastinate a little, well, just a little, when it came to, you know, tiredness in the night and not wanting to stay up to go the extra mile because of, you know, the exhaustion and stuff. So I do have to do all of this by hand, well, you know, along the process today. Usually I would have seasoning made beforehand. I would have, you know, my meat seasoned beforehand, but this was not the case this time, guys. Right, so we do have to chop this just slightly a bit smaller so that the blender is able to blend it up really well. The chopper is able to chop it up effectively for us. Shadow benny is key, or shadow benny, or bandania, as or cilantro, as some persons may know it as, is key for this recipe. It helps to enhance all of the flavors in your pasta. I will, however, cook my minced beef in portions because I do have 9 pounds of minced beef here, and I want to be able to cook it in portions so that each portion gets a good amount of flavor. Like, you don't want it to be, you know, not flavorful. Our garlic here. Garlic, we have pimentos. I'm not going to use the hot peppers, so I'm just going to put the hot peppers back in the little packaging right here. I'm going to wash off the pimentos. I got some red pimentos, yay, which means it's going to give our food color. So I'm just going to wash this off. We're going to cut off the stem and just cut this up a bit smaller. Like I said, when you're cooking your pastel meat, it does need to have like a lot of seasoning in it, because when you put the meat into the dough, it is going to flavor up the dough, and You don't want to have a flavorless pastel. So that's important. Good. So we have that chopped up. I'm getting my mini chopper here. Let me get the extension here. We do have a little styrofoam container here that I'm going to pour this across in. Put some more to chop up. And like I explained, pastel is something that takes like a lot of seasoning, so you want to ensure that you have a lot of seasoning on hand. I like to blend some to be able to cook my to season my meat with, and then when I start cooking it, I like to be able to blend some. Well, not blend, sorry guys, chop some. It's gonna add a ton of flavor to your meat, slowly integrating it into your meat while it's cooking. So we have our chopped seasoning, guys. Just like that. Okay. I'm not gonna throw this out. This does have some seasoning stuck to it. While our meat is cooking, we'll add some water in it and throw it into the pot. Alright guys, so our pot has been heating up for quite a while, so I'm going to take you guys on that side. Let me see if I can take you guys up a bit. So that you could kind of like still see inside of the pot a bit. I'm gonna put some oil in here. I don't put too much oil because the minced beef will release its own oil. This pot is supposed to be very hot, so it's not gonna take a long time for my legs do, my glutes do, but they can. Alright, so essentially we are just waiting for this to start to cook a little bit, and then we will start slowly adding the additional flavors into here. Now watch tell me my sleep score is fair. Can't even 4 hours of sleep. Remember, as the meat starts cooking, you're not going to taste this meat like as it is right now. As your meat starts cooking, you are going to add additional soy sauce. You're going to add additional seasoning. Again, if your minced beef is not seasoned effectively, then your pastel won't taste as good. Your meat needs to be really well seasoned, and when you're making pastel, you really need to ensure that you have a lot of seasoning on hand, because you want your pastel to be full of flavor. I came across a video where someone made a lentil pastel and had a whole, someone had a whole crash out about pastel is supposed to be meat and it's not supposed to have lentils in it. And yeah, I don't know if y'all have ever saw that one before. Right, so we're just gonna wait for this to cook down a bit. Right, so our minced beef has sprung water, right? So when this has started to dry down a bit, then we will start to add stuff to it. So it did release its own liquid. Alright, so we just want this to cook for a bit. Right, my fire is on high because it is a lot of minced beef. So I'll take you guys by the sink because I am kind of cleaning up my sink with the waste that I have in here, right? So that I have a clean, clear sink here. Let me bring you guys down a little bit. Nice, good. So just clean out my sink because I do need the items into the sink here. It just, majority of it is like baby stuff on this side, like my son's water bottle, my daughter's bottle, my son's tea bottle and stuff. But I like to have my sink very clean and clear, given that I am, you know, gonna need a lot of the items that we are using to cook with. Hi, good morning, Mila. How are you doing? We're making pastel, however, I'm just kind of cleaning up my sink area. As I did have some ways to wash up while we wait for our minced beef, or some person may know it as ground beef, to cook. So we're just waiting for that to cook in order to start the process. So for those of you who are new here, I just had breakfast late. Okay, well, it's very early here. It's now 6:25 a.m. What time is it by you? I haven't had breakfast as yet. I did have a banana. I've been drinking water though. I've been very thirsty, so I've been drinking water. Oh, it's 11:25 a.m. Okay, very late by the way. So our sink is clean. Pull back up one side. And then we're gonna get our table ready. They are great. They are still sleeping. They are all still sleeping. The children are all still sleeping right now. Good. So let's go back and check our minced beef on this side here. Right, so it has started bubbling. Right. So I did not add any water to this. Happy I caught you today. Yes, I wasn't live yesterday though, but I did come live the other days. So a seed from our lime still got in there. Yeah. So I wasn't live yesterday though, but I did go live the other days. I'm going to kind of like, what are you putting in the mince this morning? So, um, essentially, I seasoned the minced beef already with green seasoning, right? Green seasoning, all-purpose seasoning, Maggi all-purpose seasoning, some salt, and some soy sauce. That is going to give it color. However, as it gradually starts to cook, we do have to add additional seasonings to this, right? Pastel is something, or your minced beef for your pastel is something that you have to gradually add seasoning to it in order for your pastel to taste good, because when you put the minced beef into the pastel, it's going to help flavor the pastel dough. And if your minced beef isn't seasoned effectively, then you may not get the full taste benefits from having a fully loaded pastel or a well seasoned minced beef for your pastel, you know. So our minced beef did release a lot of water. I am waiting for the water to dry down in order to be able to taste and add any additional seasonings. I did season 9 pounds of minced beef. I cooked the 5 pounds first, and I do have the 4 pounds remain back. I want to see how much this cooks down to before I cook the next set. And while we're making the pastel, the next set can cook if it is I need additional minced beef. So it's already seasoned for me. Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a little bit of soy sauce to this. and this is dark soy sauce, right? It's gonna help give our minced beef color. And it's gonna help with salt if it needs additional salt. So we do have to wait a little bit on this. And so what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm going to start prepping. So we got a little more light because it has started getting brighter outside, guys. So you're with me while we were in the dark. Yeah, right? So I'm going to start prepping the other items or bringing them closer for us to be able to start organizing the pastel. I'm going to get my pastel press. So this is our wooden pastel press, and I am gonna clean it down a bit before I use it. I'm just gonna clean it down with some soap, right? The outside and the inside. Well, you know, for obvious reasons. Open this bad boy up. Good. So I'm gonna check my mince. So What's the price for that in Trinidad? The press is usually around 200 to 250 TT dollars, depending on the size that you purchase. One second, guys. So what I did do, Miller, is that I put two pastel presses in my description. I put an iron pastel press and I put a wooden pastel press in my description. So for anybody who is interested in purchasing a pastel press, you all could use the link from my description to be able to purchase a pastel press, right? So we are going to take you guys back by the stove because we do have to add some seasoning to our meat because it is almost ready to finish, right? So for those of you who are interested in a pastel press, I put two variations of a pastel press into my description in the live, so you all could check that out. Alright, so we added in additional season. You cannot forget your fine thyme. Guys, fine thyme smells. Do you put anything sweet in the pastel? So I am going to put some raisins into the pastel. When you say sweet, what are you referring to? Because I am going to put some raisins into the pastel. You could also add like capers or olives into the pastel, but I am adding raisins today. And I'm going to be adding golden raisins. I'm going to be adding like half pack of the raisins because it's a lot of minced beef in here. Right, and I'm gonna add in. I did wash off my raisins before putting them in. And I'm gonna mix it in. I do have to taste for salt, etc. And if it does need any additional season. So like I said, for anyone who is interested in purchasing a pastel press, I linked 2 pastel press down in the description of my live, so y'all could use the links to be able to purchase any one of the pastel press. I put a wooden pastel press and I put an iron pastel press. It does have enough salt. This is tasting great, guys. I do want to add just a little more seasoning to this. I'm gonna need some taste testers here. Yes, sir. What time was I? I woke up at 4, but I didn't actually start till about 4:45. Oh, my son popped in.
Mix it.
So you let half water dry out from the pot? Yes, I do. Oh, my son was saying hello. Yes, he just woke up. But yes, I do let some of the water dry out. I do not let the minced beef go all the way dry because you want to ensure that your pastel is still moist. My son wants to taste.
So you finish the pasta with water.
Yeah. Now it's just to like start assembling it.
I do it. Go ahead, I'll put it or
Okay.
I go with it.
The hub hungry already. I like to have different person's opinion when it comes to the minced beef to ensure that I have um all the right flavors. He was asking if I finished the process already, like the cooking process. So I was telling him yes, so that he'd be able to record with the camera for the assembling process. Take off one of the screens for me, please. Alright, so my minced beef is complete, guys. So let me show you guys what it's looking like. It has a nice color, and I think the raisins added a very nice it does have that nice sweet savory type of flavor happening. No, and I don't normally make it with raisins. How it is. Tastes well good. Alright, so let me just wash off this green bowl here, because what I will do is I will put back the beef, the cooked beef, into this bowl. But let me just wash this off and I'll be right back. I think like I never like growing up, I never like the sweetness being added to um the sweetness being added to the meat. I used to always like put ketchup on it and be like, yeah, I'm good with that. but it did add a nice touch to it. Now I like my little sweet just as a sweet and salt, you know. Yeah, so that is what it did this time. It did add that sweet and salt taste to it because it did have a nice balance, I would say, with how we added a little soy sauce and stuff for extra salt, you know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off my stove and I'm gonna put the minced beef into this bowl here.
So, do like that's so fit to like
So like I said, for those of you who are interested in purchasing a pastel press, I do have 2 pastel presses linked in my description, so you all could check out those links if you all want to purchase a pastel press. I'm glad you talked about the soy sauce. I never tried that. Yes, so adding a little bit of soy sauce to this is again based on your preference and your salt, like how much salt you actually want to intake. But the soy sauce does give it a nice rich brown color, so that's really important to note. Instead of browning sugar, because I know some persons do stew their minced beef, but if you don't want to stew your minced beef, then adding a little bit of soy sauce to it is going to give it a really beautiful color. You are. If what? Oh, okay. I forget I had that in myself. I'll sure to put it up, put it in. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, you could give it a try. Alright, so I'm gonna put this on the table. Would you be putting in the ingredients on your channel? Yes, I will put it in the description down below so that you could check back out the live in order to see that as well. Good. So our minced beef is finished cooking and this is what it's looking like. You all seen that color? It's a nice beautiful color, and the golden raisins gave it a very nice taste. I know there's like the dark raisins and there's golden raisins. I picked up the golden raisins to try. So let me just take back down this a little. Take that back down. So I'm still gathering my things to be able to start assembling it. This is our next 4 pounds of minced beef, but I'm going to put it in my deep freeze in the meantime because I don't need it right now. If I do need additional minced beef, I will go ahead and cook this, but I don't need it right now. And you all could already see that I already pre-cut my foil and my fig leaf is already burnt. I did do a live a little while back burning some of the fig leaves. So yeah, so pastel does take a lot of prep, so I would advise you to prep certain things beforehand. So I do have my fig leaf and I have my foil here. Alright, so I'm going to put my fig leaf here and my foil is going to be on my table there. Right? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this set of minced beef into my deep freeze just in case I need it. It will marinate and do its thing in there. You want to get our scissors on hand. You are going to need, you could use a fig leaf, but I prefer to use a clear plastic bag. And I'm going to cut this plastic bag to open it out a bit. I want to see how big it is if I need to get a bigger one. This should be fine, but I like to make sure. Alright. This is going to be a very nice size. So we're going to need this. We're going to need a bowl for some water. And we're also going to need a bowl for some oil. So I have a bowl here. I'm going to put some oil in it. The oil is to be able to grease our fig leaf, right? So that's why I tell you guys, when you are making pasta, make sure that you have oil on hand because you are going to need it. And we have another bowl here. This is going to be when we are pasting the leaf with oil, we're going to use the bowl to do that, right? I have my oil on the side here because I know I am going to need additional oil. I'm going to start to assemble a bit. I'm going to organize and start to assemble. Here. Right, I'm going to cut my G-cloth in half because I don't need all of this G-cloth. And this is to be able to wipe down our leaf. Alright. Bring my charger from over there when you come in from now, please. I started on 100.
Oh, what's this one?
47. 2 hours ago.
So use the one who has to read the focus from now.
Yeah.
I'm glad you need this. I don't know what to tell you. I'm glad. That's all. So you're doing your best up there?
I do a skin care.
Right.
Time.
Oh, shalom.
Time and shalom. Time. Mama might Nicole here and things to do later. I hope your hubby helps you with all the hand. So he's gonna help with the children today. That's gonna be a real hands-on task. Just like pastel is a hands-on task. Tell him what I said. I told him. I hope hubby's help. I read it out. He's right there. He's right there. Bring a charger for him, son. Okay. Like it is.
Figure out here. You're going to be able to have it. You listen.
Guys, you're looking for a charger head. Just now. Because I did start with a full battery. The yellow one's supposed to be upstairs. Right? So I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick before I start assembling.
Record the process. Yeah, you don't want to do
I was next.
Hey, you know that from downstairs?
So essentially I like to have everything laid out here ready. We have our pastel press, right? So we have our pastel press here. We already have our dough balls that we would have assembled this morning. We have our minced beef already seasoned and cooked. You're not putting uncooked minced beef in your pastel. It has to be cooked minced beef or ground beef, as some persons may know it as. I have a bowl. I have a bowl with water here with a J cloth, and that is essentially for me to wipe down my leaves with, right? And I also have my pre-cut foil because I am wrapping my pastel with fig leaf and foil, right? The fig leaf also adds additional flavor to your pastel, so you want to bear that in mind. If you are or if you can't access pastel leaf or fig leaf, then you can use the foil, but the downside to using the foil is that it tends to dry out the pastel a little more, right? The fig leaves tends to hold that moisture in really well. I know there are some West Indian groceries across America where you would find the fig leaf this time around, and if you do come across it, I will advise you to purchase it and store it in your deep freeze. essentially when you store it into your deep freeze, you just take it back out, put it into your fridge the night before you're going to make pastel, and it's going to thaw out really well. That's all you need to do. So if you do have access to or is able to go to a West Indian grocery, you can check that out. So how are you guys doing today?
Everything you say, I like it on the video. Everything you said, I like it on the video.
I'll say it over. Okay. Check Sean. Bring it?
I will on.
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. I'm so sleepy, lol, but I'm watching you cooking today. That's nice. Glad to have you here. Right, so the baby's awake. I went to get the baby. Hi. You good? You see good? We're making pasta. We're making pasta. Pasta. I like how you explain your steps in cooking. Thank you. I will be explaining the steps throughout the process today too. Right? Yeah. Okay, nice. Yes, a sweet boy. A sweet boy. So how are you guys doing today? What are your plans for today? I'm going to be live with you guys today. That baby too cute. Yes, he's a sweetheart. I'm going to be live with you guys today making pastel. So you can spend the day with me doing that.
3 hours.
Alright, so for those of you who are new here, welcome to my channel. My name is Cherise, and today we will be making and assembling pastel. Very nice true Trini Pastelle, where you would be able to follow along my steps and my guide in order to assemble and make your pastel. Now I already have all of my items spread across my table here. So we would have made the dough balls and need the dough for the dough balls, and we boil them out. Essentially 1 pack of Promosa, which is a 2-pound pack, gave us 2.5 dozens. Sorry, it gave us 4.5 dozens of pastel dough balls. I did season 9 pounds of minced beef, and I seasoned that much because I want to have a fully loaded pastel. So essentially I only cooked 5 pounds to start with to be able to control how much we put into our pastel, right? Some of the things that you are going to need for your pastel is your pastel press. I did link 2 different pastel press down in my description below, so you all could check that out. I did link a wooden pastel press and I linked an iron pastel press that you all could use in order to make pastel, right? We have our minced beef here. Our minced beef does contain raisins in them. You are going to need oil, a bowl with oil and a bowl to rub your oil on, or rub your oil with onto the leaf. And I have a bowl with water and a J cloth that is essentially going to be to wipe down our leaf. The leaf that we are going to be using for our pastel today is fig leaf or banana leaves. So for persons who don't have access to banana leaves, you can use foil alone to wrap your pastel in. However, the downside to wrapping your pastel with foil is that it's going to dry out your pastel a little more than how the fig leaf will hold that moisture, right? The fig leaf, now when you get your fig leaf, you have to burn your fig leaf in order to make it pliable and bendable to be able to use, right? I do have a separate live where I did burn my fig leaf, so I will link that in the description down below, right, as well. And some of the things that you essentially have to do is, in order to make your process smooth and effective, I will advise you to pre-cut your foil, right? We will go along cutting our fig leaf as we start making them, right? So first things first, I am going to put a piece of foil onto my pastel press, and I like the shiny part of the foil to be the outside part, right? So I'm going to put that onto my pastel press like this. I'm going to take a piece of fig leaf. I do have to cut it to suit. I will be cutting off the ends here. We are not going to use that part. So I'm just cutting it to the size that would work effective for me. Alright, I'm going to rest that onto my foil. I do have to wipe off the fig leaf a bit. So we're going to take our J cloth and we are going to be wiping that, right? Then you're going to take your bowl with your oil, right, and the other bowl, and we are just going to paste that onto the fig leaf. You're going to take one of your dough balls, right, put it onto your fig leaf. You are taking this piece of, you're going to take a piece of the plastic that we cut, and you're going to rest it on top of your dough, and then close down your pastel press and press on it. And essentially our pastel press opened out our dough just like that. You're going to remove your plastic and you're going to add some minced beef to it now. You're going to put the minced beef spread across your pastel very nicely. Like that. And then we're going to start closing it up. So I like to close and press down in order to release the pastel dough. Close and press down. Just like that. close and press down the sides to seal it off. And then you could go ahead and proceed to fold it up. And then I just simply flip it over onto my foil and finish sealing it up with the foil. And you want to make sure you seal up the edges of your foil really well, because when you do boil it, you don't want water to seep in too much into your pastel. Okay, sorry. Is that better? Are you seeing it properly, Erica? Alright, so we do have a pastel. Look at that. I'm going to get a tray to just rest my pastel on. Good. So we're going to repeat that same process. Yes, now I can see. Good. So I'm going to repeat the process so that you all can see effectively. We do have a piece of foil, and I am leaving the shiny part of the foil as the outer part of the foil. Right? We're going to rest that there. We're going to get a piece of our fig leaf. And this piece is good enough so for two, so I'm going to cut this in half. I like to cut off the edges here because it is a bit harder, so I like to cut off the edges. Like that. I am going to take my J-cloth and wipe the top of it, just to make sure that it's clean. We're going to get one of our dough balls. Right? Put it, no. We're going to get the oil the top of the surface. Put one of our dough balls on top of this like this. We're going to take the piece of plastic. You can use a fig leaf if you like, but I like to be able to see how much my dough has spread out, so I use the plastic instead of the fig leaf so that it allows me to see that. And then we close up our pastel press. Press down. Don't press down too hard because you don't want it to spread out too wide and make the dough too thin. Right? And we open up our pastel dough like that. Remove the plastic, and you can then go ahead and add your minced beef. Layer it across like that, and you're putting a generous amount of minced beef in there. You're gonna press down on one side to close it up. To start closing it up, press down on the next side like that. Close up the top part. Close up this top part. I do want to cut off this side here. It is bending a bit. And then we're just going to close it back up like this. So this is essentially what it looks like before we put it into before we wrap it into the foil. And then you can just go ahead and wrap up your pastel with your foil. Make sure you seal up the ends of your foil very well, because you don't want, when you're boiling this, water gets into your pastel. Right? And we've made another pastel, just like that. So did you see the process properly, Erica? And we're going to repeat that same process all over again. Always make sure you wipe down your meats, your leaf. You want to make sure that it's clean at all times. Oil. And we're just going to repeat all of these processes all the way until we have finished all of our pastel. So for those of you who are new here, my name is Cherise, and on my channel we do cooking, mom content, makeup content. Today we are doing some pastel. So I am taking you guys along on the full process of me assembling the pastel and how long it usually takes. This takes a while, especially if you are making the amount that I'm making. Today I'm making 4.5 dozens of pastel, right? Right. Nice, just like that. Seal it up. I know some persons also use twine to seal up their pastel. I just prefer a more secure method with the foil. But if you have twine or string, you can use that if you like. But the foil helps keep it compact and compressed, which keeps the shape of our pastel as well. Right, and we have another pastel. Huh? Yeah. Showing at the bottom of my screen. It's saying I've set it for 2 hours. It's saying 26 more minutes. No, 3 hours, sorry. Alright, so we're just cutting off any hard parts here, just to make it much more pliable. It is already pliable with how we burnt it, but I like the edges. I don't like anything cutting into the pastel, so I like to make sure all the hard parts are completely cut off. So like I said, for those of you who are interested in our pastel press, hi lyrics, we are making Trinidad Pastelle today, which consists of a cornmeal dough, and then we assemble it with minced beef or ground beef. In our ground beef, we did season it up really well with green seasoning while it was cooking. We also added in some raisins in there as well. gonna press down to start closing it up. Pastel is a great way to get in a lot of protein into your body because it does have a lot of minced beef in one pastel. Well, that is based on how you make it and how much. Raisins, very interesting. Yes, I put raisins into them as well. You can also add like olives and capers in it also, but I did add my raisins into my pastel while it was cooking, not after, but while it was cooking. So today we just added raisins into our pastel, but you can add like capers or olives and stuff. Can I have one? No. Right, pastel does have a long shelf life, and when I say a long shelf life, in order for it to have a long shelf life, you do need to put it into your deep freeze, and you can take out one at any point in time, and you can also steam that, and it's going to be nice for eating. You steam it for roughly 10 to 15 minutes, and you get to eat and you get to enjoy and eat a lovely pastel after that time. Alright, so there you go. Alright, so that's that. I do have everything pre-cut already, or as much of it as I can have pre-cut, which makes this process way shorter. Because if you do have to then do all of this on the same day, it's gonna make you burn out, especially if you are doing it alone. The most effective thing to do is burn your leaf when you get your leaf. Also, you can pre-cut your foil unless your foil comes pre-cut already, because I know there are some foil that comes pre-cut, but if your foil doesn't come pre-cut, then you cut them the day before, so that on the day it's just to like cook your meat and then start to assemble your pastel. You're most welcome. I hope you enjoyed your pastel that I just gave you. So for those of you who are interested also, I did link 2 different types of pastel press down in my description below. I did link a wooden pastel press, and I did also link a iron pastel press. It's delicious. Love that. And when I'm cooking the minced beef, I don't allow all the liquid to dry down, because the liquid is also what is going to give our pastel, the outer dough of our pastel, flavor as well. It's going to absorb all of those flavors into the dough. So it's important that you really season your minced beef very well. Alright, so we're just closing up our pastel. And why we close it up with foil, it is simply to secure that pastel into that fig leaf, so your pastel doesn't unravel out when it's cooking or anything like that. It's going to also help the pastel to cook or steam more effectively. So today we are essentially making pastel, guys. It's good to have you all here with me, live making pastel today. Daddy? So And fig leaf in itself also helps to give your pastel flavor. So just bear that in mind. You don't have to have fig leaf if you don't have access to it. But I know across America there are some West Indian groceries where you can access pastel leaves or fig leaf. And essentially what you can do if you do get a hold of or fig leaf, what you can do is you freeze them, put it into your freezer, freeze them, take them out, let's say the night before you are going to make pastel, and they're going to thaw really nice. But I will advise you to store them into your freezer. If you store them into your fridge as a longevity method, you are going to experience mildew, and you don't want to have mildew on your fig leaf. So in order to prevent that, ensure that you put it into your deep freeze it, take it out when you are ready to use it, and it's going to be nice. You could actually also leave it outside on the counter, let's say the night before, and it's going to be ready for you. It's not going to break, it's not going to mash up, but you do need to burn it in order to make it pliable. Yeah. The keys for? Check and see what upstairs. Or check my little pink bag, and I have a keys. And pastel could be made with minced chicken, minced beef. I don't eat pork at all, so y'all are not going to see me cooking any type of pork content on my channel whatsoever. So what are your plans for today? What are you guys doing today? I hope you all are going to be spending the day with me making pastel today. And we have another one completed. I do have a tray on the side of me here that I am putting them on, and when we have made like a good amount, what I will do is I will put up the water on the stove to boil to start boiling them. The shorter pieces, I am going to leave them on the side of me, and I will put them together, like join them together in order to make one big leaf if I need to do so. Any part of the fig leaf that is also like coiled and stuff like this, I tend to cut it off as well. I am also recording this process to also post separately on my channel. The live is going to be up on my channel, so if you all do see me drift across, my camera is directly in front of me as well. Thank you. And oiling the leaf is simply going to make it much more smoother for the dough to be able to wrap. That's all it is. And it's also going to help keep your dough moisturized as well, or to keep that moisture that is already in there locked in. Yeah, I put my charge on. Let's do one more from this way. Nice. So now it's just time to fold it up. And the whole family is waiting to be able to taste some pastel. It's smelling amazing in here, baby. When it becomes a lot more pliable, you do have to be careful with how you are handling it because it is fig leaf, it can tear very easily. Hi Mr. Carter, good morning. We are making pastel today. Do you know what is that? We are assembling pastel today. We started earlier on by cooking the minced beef and also assembling the dough, but we are making and assembling pastel today. Right? Just wiping off my fig leaf. Pastel is something that I love to eat. Listen guys, I love to eat pastel. My family loves to eat pastel also. But I did start making them a little late this year. Usually I normally start like late November. Good morning, good morning. So people are starting to wake up. Is that like greens or tamils? It's fig leaf, it's banana leaves that I'm using to wrap my pastel in. And essentially the dough is made out of corn flour, and we are putting ground beef or minced beef into our pastel as the pastel filling. I do also make chicken pastel, minced chicken pastel as well. But today I'm simply making beef pastels. I don't do anything with pork. So y'all are definitely not gonna see any of that on my channel. And then we wrap it up into our foil to secure it. Like I said, I grew up where when we used to purchase pastels, and they used to wrap their pastels with only fig leaf and then with the foil, not foil, sorry, then with the twine. And over time, I thought it was kind of hard to keep cutting the string or the twine, and I was like, is there another way to be able to do this? And she said yes. She said you can wrap it in foil, and I have been using foil ever since to secure my pastel. Oh, I know what them is the Jamaican make those. Well, they make them in Trinidad. Jamaicans make like a patty that you bake. This is more of a soft type of dough made out of corn flour, and you season your corn flour with your all-purpose seasoning, with your salt, with some sugar, with some margarine, and then this isn't being baked. This is gonna be boiled, and then you can steam your pastel after you have put them into your deep freeze as a storage mechanism. You can steam them after, but this is not baked. This is definitely much softer than the Jamaican patty that you are referring to. I know what you're referring to, but this is not that. So the pieces that were closer to the stem area, that is what I cut out because it's kind of hard. So y'all are going to be spending the day with me making pastel because I do have 4.5 dozens of pastel to make. That is how much pastel or dough that I got from 1 2-pound pack of corn flour. I will be sure after the live to link all the ingredients down in the description below, so you all could check it back to see what the ingredients are, if you all are interested in making something like this. When I've essentially reached like around 2 dozen pastels, I will put up a pot of hot water to start steaming our pastels. But we are still on the first dozen. I like my leaf to look somewhat even out. I know it's a leaf and you know it's gonna be like not entirely like a square shape, but I do like it to have some sort of shape. So that is what we're making today. Let me know what you guys are up to today. I'm gonna be in my kitchen making pasta today, guys. And my dough balls are covered down with a wet cloth, not a damp cloth. Right. They put it as a hidden message, right? Huh? I tried to, but it's not time. Yeah, I saw it. And I do leave some liquid into my meat, so I do not allow the meat to dry down entirely. I like it to have just a little liquid to add moisture to my pastel. So what are you guys up to today? For those of you who have already came in and saw us and think, thank you so very much for tuning in with me, being live with me. There were some persons that were actually on my live while we started, which was like around 5 a.m. this morning. So there's that. We are still on our first dozen. It does take some time. Just wiping it off. So hi guys, welcome to my channel. My name is Cherise and today we are making pastel, guys. I'm pasting some oil onto the leaf. This is just gonna make it a lot easier for us to fold our pastel without it sticking to the leaf, because the dough can become dry if it is you are not if it doesn't have moisture. It will stick, it will crack, it will break apart, and you're not gonna have a very nice pastel. So ensure that it does have the moisture. Our pastel does have raisins in them. If you don't like raisins, you can omit it. That's fine. You do, however, have to take your time. Secure it with the foil, and like I said, I like to leave the shiny part of the foil on the outside. When you boil your pastel, at first to cook it, the foil does get a little dark, so I prefer the outside to still maintain that lyrics. I prefer the outside to still maintain that shiny appearance. We are still on, we have one more to make to finish off our first dozen pastel. We are making 4 dozen pastel today. So for those of you who are new here, welcome to my channel. My name is Cherise. I hope to see you all here, subscribe and be part of our YouTube family, guys. So today we're making pastel. I am from Trinidad, lyrics. I am from Trinidad and I live in Trinidad as well. It's a beautiful sunny day in Trinidad right now. What's the weather like by you guys? Because I know a lot of my subscribers, they are experiencing snow, but I'm not sure if there are persons that are on that are experiencing a different type of weather right now. I love a good beef pasta. I do also think I have to make a flour pasta to show you guys. Are you all still seeing the gift feature active on this live at the moment? Let me know. Because my husband was telling me that he wasn't seeing it. So can you guys let me know, please? I don't like all the excess leaves, so I tend to cut it off. Or your country, that's what, or your country, what traditional food. So we have some of our traditional foods here in Trinidad, like pilau, doubles, roti. You're gonna get, like Tobago, you're gonna get like crab and dumpling. What else? We do have like pay me and those sorts of foods here. Also, you get like callaloo here. You get like callaloo here in Trinidad as well. You know, pastel is one of our traditional dishes as well. You're gonna get macaroni pie here. Cuckoo. You're gonna get a lot of those native type food, provision and saltfish. So we just completed our first dozen pastel, right? We're gonna start a second dozen now. I do have some more fig leaf in my fridge that I had burnt recently. Where are you from, Lyrics? If you're still on the live, where are my subscribers from, guys? Let me know down in the comments below. Let me know down in the chat. How are you guys doing? Welcome back to my channel, guys, and my name is Cheriseauguste if you all are new here, and if you have not yet liked and subscribed, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. I would love for you to be part of my YouTube family, guys. Hi. right? And today we are making Trini beef pastelle, that is. You could have minced chicken or minced beef as your choice of filling.
Soon we'll be making a cookbook.
Soon I'll be making a cookbook, guys. Hi Maria, how are you? Where are you from? Are you from Trinidad as well? I am from Trinidad. One dozen. That's right. 4 dozens and 1.5. Virginia Island, I'm good. Nice to have you here with us. I like to know where my subscribers are from. So it's very nice of you to stop in and tell us where you're from. We just started our second dozen of pastelle. Grenady, greetings from Germany. Nice to have you here. I don't know what your screen name is. Huh? What is the time in Germany right now? And what is the weather like in Germany? What's the weather also like in Virginia Island right now, Maria? I really like to interact with my subscribers or persons that come onto my live, because I like to know where y'all are from. I like to really grow and build a relationship with the persons that come onto my life. And I do go live often, like y'all will see me live on a day-to-day basis, at least once a day. Sometimes you'll get numerous lives in one day, depending on what I have to do. So I would usually come live doing my skincare routine, doing my makeup, doing my clients' makeup, because I'm also into beauty. I'm in the beauty industry as well. So I do also do hair and makeup. It is 1 p.m. and it's raining and cold. What's your time and weather and where are you from? So it is 8:01 a.m. here in Trinidad. We are located in the Caribbean. And today we have a beautiful sunny day. Virgin Islands is in the Caribbean. 80 degrees. Nice. Nice. Let me check and see what the temperature is like outside. Okay, I don't have it on my watch. I don't have it on my watch right now. Yeah. Ah, nice. Yeah, it's beautiful outside today. We did have some rain last night though. Yeah, it's 8:01 a.m. here. Yeah, it's 8:01 here in Trinidad as well. I like to also know the time zones of persons, because sometimes persons are watching my live when it's nighttime where they live and it's morning time here. You know? Like when I was live earlier on preparing this stuff, someone said it was like they were now having a late breakfast and it was like 11, it was already 11 a.m. where they lived. And that was like 5 a.m. our time. We had rain too. Yeah, we had rain last night. But the weather has subsided. The rain has subsided and that's nice. So we do have a very nice sunny day at the moment. So my children are having a time outside playing. They love to play outside when it doesn't have rain, because they would obviously get to play with their friends and stuff. So they are already outside. Daddy's outside with them and What is your country known for? Hi, Yara Tama. So, my country has a lot of beautiful beaches. Persons, tourists come to my country in Trinidad here, Trinidad and Tobago here for carnival. They come to the beaches. 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. Yeah. They come for the food. They love our food here in Trinidad. Some of our food dishes consist of roti, doubles, pilau. What else? Provision. It have different variations of provision that you'll get. You will get dashi, you will get cassava, you will get a whole host of different provisions, and we eat that with peas. And it's people come for the warmth of the island. What else? Persons love to visit for the beaches. We also have carnival here that persons visit for. That usually is around February and March. How are the beaches? The beaches are beautiful. They, like, for instance, one of my favorite beaches is Maracas. You are going to find a lot of big waves at Maracas sometimes. Tobago has some wonderful beaches as well. Very nice blue skies. Yeah, you're gonna find that here in Trinidad. More island wide you are, or the island side of Trinidad, like Mayaro and stuff, they have beautiful calm waters in Mayaro, but they are very unpredictable, I will tell you. But they do have a lot of you get a lot of relaxation at Mayaro Beach. Maracas Beach is for more like the partying, you get relaxation there. My family and I, we usually go very early in the morning, like in order for us to fully relax before all the entertainment and party starts. Yeah, our carnival is April, May. Okay, nice. For carnival here in Trinidad, I also usually do makeup for carnival. So if persons are interested in booking makeup services for carnival, you all could send me an email, and my email is Cherise, which is my username handle, CHERISEAUGUSTE, the number 9 and a 6 at gmail.com. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, I genuinely think persons come to Trinidad in order to experience the food and the culture, and just what the island, the beaches, what the island has to offer. I know a lot of persons do talk about our food, and they really enjoy our food when they come to Trinidad. Are there any special carnival foods? Usually around carnival, persons would tend to cook pilau, and the reason for that is because it's like pilau is a one pot, so you could put your chicken, you could put beef in it, and because persons would tend to party a lot during the carnival time, essentially what it would do is they would look for the fastest thing to cook in order to keep them rejuvenated and revived throughout the partying and drinking and stuff. Yeah, that was a mouthful, guys. What month were you born? So I was born in the month of November. Yara, yeah, I was born in the month of November. Actually, as a matter of fact, My daughter was also born in November. My husband is also born in November, and our anniversary is also born in November. So we have a lot of stuff going on in November. Day or night? I can't remember. I think I'll have to call my mom to find that out. I'll have to call my mom to find that out. I can't remember if it was day or night. Yeah, Mark, I like that you're putting a smile on my face this morning. Are you Trini Indian descent? Yes, I do have some Indian in me. So my family also reaps the benefits of experiencing some nice curry. No, I have not tried riding motorcycle as well. My husband rides motorbike for the service, but I have not tried to ride motorbike myself. Yeah, but you know, new experiences keeps the blood flowing, keeps the heart pumping. Oh boy. But yeah, so because I am Trini Indian descent, my family does reap the benefits of some of the foods that I cook, you know. What are the Caribbean dishes in December? So in December, you are going to find persons making a lot of pastel. You are going to find sorrel being made, punch creme. You are going to find ginger beer. What else? You are gonna find like black cake being made. My granny makes a wonderful black cake, and I have to learn her recipe because, guys, that black cake does have a nice flavor and is full of alcohol because it's a rum cake. 1 second, guys. One second, guys. Okay, good. Right. Yeah. What are the best Caribbean drinks that are homemade? So, in my opinion, sorrel and punch creme. I don't consume much milk, but punch creme is really nice. Yeah, punch creme is really nice. And sorrel is a spice drink. I do have a recipe I actually have 2 recipes on my channel for those of you who are interested. But yes, sorrel is a very nice spice drink that is essentially made with hibiscus leaves, as some persons may know it as in other parts of the world. And you can put your cinnamon, your bay leaf, your anise, your clove. You're gonna also put some orange peel in there, and then you sweeten, and it's a really nice spice drink that you get to experience around this time of the year. Do they make punches in the Caribbean? So they drink sorrel for the entire year. You can have access to sorrel for the entire year because now dried sorrel is sold at the groceries, and it's simply where they take the flour of the sorrel, which is what the drink is essentially made out of, and they dry it down so that it does not spoil. So it goes through a drying process, and then when you start boiling it all over again, it starts opening up. So you can actually have sorrel any time of the year that you want because they now have the dried version. However, sorrel tends to usually bloom and grow mostly in November, December, January. So do they make punches in the Caribbean? Actually, yes, we do. We make like peanut punch, there is Seymour's punch, there's beetroot punch that we make here, there's banana punch. Persons also go as far as making provision punches, so like dasheen punch and those sorts of things. You are gonna get those things here in the Caribbean as well, in Trinidad as well. I can speak for Trinidad. You have guava berry drink. I have never heard of that one before. What does it what does it entail? Cherise, can you make a guava berry drink for your husband? Well, I actually have to find out what the guava berry drink is, because I am not sure what it is right now. This is something very new to me. But I like when my subscribers, you know, recommend or say certain things that I could actually go do some research on it and see what it is and see if it's available here in my country. Make out of guava. Okay, so I've never actually had a guava berry drink before. I remember when I was younger, my granny used to make guava jam for us, but I've never heard about guava berry drink. How is it made, Maria? Can you also make drinks in your upcoming cookbook? That is definitely something that I can do. Um, that is definitely something I can look into. What are some of the drinks you all would like to see in my cookbook? LOL, don't know. Don't know. You just drink it. You don't know how it's made. Well, then I'll have to do some research to see how it's made. And probably share it with my subscribers. Yeah. Because I've never heard of it before either. But I know they do make like in Trinidad here with for our snow cones, they do make these syrups out of guava and pineapple and stuff. So, but I've never had a guava berry drink before. That's very interesting. Tell me about the membership on your YouTube channel. So, on my membership, the membership feature on my channel, Yaratamak, specifically, and for anyone who may be interested in knowing what it's about, it's like a private, let's just call it a private members club, whereby once you become a member, I will have like specific membership type only lives. Sometimes if it's a public live, then only the members on my channel who have paid to become members on my channel would be able to comment and speak to me on those lives. So it may be still accessible to the public, some of them, depending on how I decide to go live or how a video is posted. So there are also only live membership chats, and there are also videos for members only. What platforms are you on? Currently, I am on YouTube, I am on Facebook, as well as Instagram and TikTok. We are also in the process of setting up my Patreon, where you all are gonna have persons can pay to have access to some of my recipes that are gonna be available in my cookbook. So there's that. Nice. Good. Could you put the links to your other platforms in the video and the live? I think I can do that. 1 second. 1 second. You're interested in following me on other platforms? I see that. 1 second, guys. Okay, so I'll post the links into my description after the live. So you all could be sure to follow me on all my other social media platforms if you want to stay posted with my, day-to-day life and my updates. Nice. Alright, so for those of you who are new here, welcome to my channel. My name is Cherise and today we are making some pastel, guys. We're making some beef pastel. What are your plans today? What are you guys doing today? I am spending the day with you guys, so I'll tell you, I'm spending the day with you guys making pastel. I do have to drink some water. Remember to stay hydrated throughout the day, guys. My throat started to feel a bit dry. Can you do a nighttime face cleansing? Yes, I can definitely do that. I did do one already, but what I will do is I will come live again to do my nighttime face routine to show you guys my cleansing, my toning, as well as the serums that I apply on my face as well. So I will come live to show you guys that. But I did do it already, but I will complete it again. So I'm just cutting off. For those of you who are wondering why I'm cutting the leaf more, if you just came in, what tends to happen is that I like to strip the leaf from by the stem, and by the stem is usually a bit harder. So I like to cut it in order for my pastel leaf to be much more pliable. And in order to keep your dough very moisturized, you want to make sure that your dough balls are covered with a wet cloth, not a damp cloth, but with a wet cloth, right? Are you going to make baby food for your son? Well, he has started eating, and I felt like he's way past the baby food eating stage, because he is eating regular food with us. The other day he had like 2 whole slices of pizza on a live with us. What is the history behind pastel in the Caribbean? So pastel was actually derived from our Amerindian ancestors. So they used to make that together with like cuckoo and stuff around this time of the year, so that is where it came into play. New subby, nice meeting you. I enjoy your channel. Got to do my run. Bye. Thank you, Maria, for stopping by. Hi, you good? You good, Papa? Thank you for stopping by, Maria. It was nice to chat with you.
Close the gate.
walking out over
I don't think
Alright, so let me just cover down the meat here and just take the baby for a bit. Wash my hands because it's oily. So I'm going to make a bottle of tea for my son. So I'm just taking a quick pause to do that. And we have our thermos with hot water here. And of recent, he has started drinking like 5 ounces of tea. So I like to make like 2 ounces, 2.5 ounces with hot water, and I'll mix the rest with cool water. How do you make tea for him? So I'm going to show you guys how I do that. So I already have my 2.5 ounces of hot water. I'm gonna put cool water in it up to about 7 ounces because I want to make sure that it's cool enough. Where to buy baby stuff? So I usually buy his milk at a store called Pennywise here in Trinidad. It is also available at the grocery stores, the supermarkets. However, they are a little more cheaper at Pennywise. Right, so we have his bottle and stuff. So his bottles is also purchased at Pennywise. Pennywise does have a wide variety of baby products, so I purchased them at Pennywise. Pennywise comes like a one-stop shop. You get almost everything there except food stuff. Well, when I say food stuff, like flour and rice and things. So is it available on Amazon? So yes, his bottles and stuff, you are going to get his bottles that I use for him on Amazon. I use the Even Flow baby bottles, and I will link them down in my description below. His milk and stuff, I will have to double check if it's available on Amazon. Once it is, I will be linking it. Yes, I will put links on his videos, Yara Tamak Bible Stories. So I usually mix like 1 cereal and 2 milk for his tea in a 7 ounces of water. Right? So let me just get him. I am coming. Alright, so we have, how do you test it? So I usually test it on the back of my hand to make sure the back of the hand is the closest thing to how inside of a baby mouth feels. So when you test it on the back of the hand, essentially you're gonna know if it's too hot or if it's the right temperature. And clearly is, because he is drinking his tea. But yeah, I will be sure to post all of the links to his products that I use in the description and in the description of videos that I have with him, so that you all could be able to check it out. And if you all are interested in that for your child. But he recently started drinking tea, and when I tell you, go in the sun. Okay, 1 second, guys. I have a feisty guy here. Can I have a seat? Oh, go ahead. Okay. And have a glare, like from the back. Y'all like the view here? I like it. I have to look at my husband and smile, guys. Such a lovely man. So, baby, I just stopped to feed the baby a bit. Because he doesn't drink his tea directly when he wakes up at morning. So, I am pausing to just feed him. And then he will go back to play. But he recently started drinking, like, at first he was only drinking like 1 ounce to 1.5 ounces, and then he moved from that to like 2 ounces, 2.5 ounces, and yesterday he jumped to 5 ounces, guys. He drank all of that. So it's like right on my face, guys. Right, guys, so for those of you who are new here, welcome to my channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe to become part of our YouTube family. Today we are making Trini Pastelle. We are making Trini beef pastel, and essentially I already started the process. I am down to like, I'm almost finished the second dozen, and it's now 8:30. So by lunchtime we should be completed with the boiling process and stuff. What else? You can make pastel with your minced beef or ground beef and minced chicken. Those are the 2 types of pastel that I would usually make, or you would usually see me making here on my channel. And essentially pastel is made out of, the dough part of the pastel is made out of cornmeal flour. You put very little, like just about 1/2 cup of flour, regular all-purpose flour in that cornmeal. It helps to give it more body and stability, and that is what the flour does when you add flour to your cornmeal, right? Essentially the most important part of being able to have flavor in your pastel is to ensure that your meat is well seasoned. When your meat is well seasoned, it helps to season your outer layer of your pastel as well, because your meat is not entirely dry. You are going to leave liquid in it. Thank you, my love. What's that? You are essentially going to, it's going to help flavor the outside of the pastel. So you want to make sure, the most important part is you want to make sure that your meat, your whatever meat, if it's minced chicken or minced beef, is properly well seasoned. And when I say well seasoned, you have to, not powdered seasoning. You could put in some powdered seasonings if you like. The only powdered season that I put into my minced beef is really Maggi all-purpose seasoning, and outside of that it is strictly green seasoning. So like my chive, my celery, bandania or shadow benia. Some persons may know it as pimento garlic. You look good on my TV. I like to know that I look good on your TV. You're watching. What device are you all watching my live on right now? So Yara Tamak said that he is watching my live on his TV. What are you guys watching my live on right now? I think the baby might fall back to sleep. I'm not sure. But he's very serious about this bottle of tea here. I think I have to get a bottle with him with handles because essentially he is ready to like hold his own bottle, but I won't give him the glass bottle to hold because this is a glass bottle. And I wasn't sure, but like right now he has started drinking his bottle really well as of yesterday. He doesn't really fight up anymore to drink his tea. The only time he will fight up is like, let's say if he wants to sleep but wants to stay awake. That's the only time that he would really fuss. So on my live, how to become a member, on my live right now in the description down below, there is a link that allows you access to become a member. When you click that link, YouTube will take you to the membership page and you would pay to become a member on my channel. There are two tiers. There's a tier for like roughly around $3, and then there's a tier for roughly around $5 to $7. Yeah. So once I finish feeding him his bottle of tea, we will resume making our pastel because we already completed like 1.5 dozens of pastel. And for those of you who were on my live from the very start, you all would know that I started entirely from scratch, which meant that I made seasoning this morning in order to season my minced beef. And then we also did the dough and stuff. The only thing that I did not prep live with you guys, I don't think it's for my region. I guess I would probably have to double check what regions it's available in, but I know it's available in the US for sure, or for persons who reside in the US, because my super chats and my super stickers, which I have pinned below, so y'all could feel free to give generously to those stickers. But I know these stickers are available for persons who are in the US, because a lot of the persons that do contribute sticker wise are from the US. Tobago, I don't know. I don't think it's available in the Caribbean region right now. So there's that. So members, for persons who are interested in membership, you all might get access next year. Yeah, usually when they roll out certain items in the US, Trinidad usually gets it like by the next year. So sometimes 6 months to a year, depending on what it is. Barbados and Bahamas can get it. I am not sure. Last time I checked, I know the Caribbean region was didn't have access to it, but I'll have to double check if Barbados and Bahamas can get it. We have a hungry baby, guys. This baby's really hungry today. Well, this morning. Oh yeah. Okay. So he only drank like around 2 ounces. Oh, my husband is feeding me some carrot cake. They're really nice. He wants what he's seeing. What is your favorite type of cake? I've never had carrot cake other than today. And it is nice. And it's good. It's very good. I only had a banana this morning so far. I'm finished. Wow. This cake was really good. Yum. Is that a fufu? Two bottles. Come on now, please. You just drink like 2 ounces. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the baby in the high chair and then we're gonna resume doing the pastel. I come in. So I'm gonna carry him by dad. Alright guys, so we are back. I'm just gonna switch you guys back to the position that we were in, so which was by the table. Come on, sir.
Come on, my phone right now. My camera. Because I'm going to do the same.
So like this. What you all think about the lighting, like the position that you all are seeing us making pastel right now? So I'm just kind of playing around with it. What do you think? That's better, eh?
Just skip. What do you want to do? I just asked you.
No, they wanted to see you all making the pastel.
You can see it. Can you see it?
You're seeing properly?
No.
I like it, but I'm sure that they see it.
Okay.
So let me know if you all prefer that we switch things up, like how we are currently positioned, because we are using some natural lighting, so I did switch where we were filming from, right? So let me know if you all want to see, because I know there are persons that were on the live that saw how we put together the pastel already, right? So let me know if you all want it switched. So my husband is just helping me eat, because when I'm making pasta, I tend to not stop to eat at all. I like to finish the process. I really like to finish the process. you? You good?
No.
No, you're not good? What you need?
No.
Daddy wants to make you want a banana. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna make you better? Huh? We reconnected just now, guys. So I'm having a banana because I usually stop to eat. So let me know at any point in time, for those of you who just tuned in, if you all want the angle switch back in order to see the pasta, like see us making the pasta. So you could be sure to let me know that. Okay. Awesome. My husband is just adjusting the my tripod for me so that you all could see effectively what I'm doing. Okay.
Shows up. What's your screen?
Alright guys, so for those of you who are new here, welcome to my channel. We are making pastel today. Right, we're making some beef pastel today, so I'm spending the day with you guys eating making pastel. So we are currently on our second dozen pasta. And I'm using fig leaf as my base. Garbage.
Yeah.
So let me know where y'all are from, where my subscribers are from, or persons that are new to my channel. Have you all ever heard about pastel? And have you ever tasted pastel? So I just had to take a little pause just now because I had to feed the baby. Daddy could feed him, however, he does not like Daddy to feed him. He likes me to stop whatever I'm doing to feed him. So my children and his dad and my husband will keep him entertained while we make pastel today. And I'm trying to make this very early, so I started like around 5 a.m., 5:15 a.m. because I do have a lot of other things to get doing today. My brother is supposed to come to get his hair plait. He is one of my clients for today. So I do have that also to do. Let me know if you all want to see that process. I may still come live and show you guys that process. Oh, where you all from? Where are my viewers from right now? What's the weather like? Because I know I have persons that live in cold climates and they are like, oh my gosh, I love how you all have sunny weather. So where are you all from? I'm making the pastel and I'm wrapping it into the foil, I like to leave the shiny part of the foil on the outside. Yeah. That's the cake full, no boy. Cake
See my money go?
Yeah.
Once you leave less time, just some of it goes.
I've never made carrot cake before. And so I like to just kind of cut the fig leaf to my liking. Always remember to wipe your fig leaf, because sometimes when you burn the fig leaf in order for it to become pliable or movable, what tends to happen is that you have little charred pieces on your fig leaf, and you don't want that on your pastel. And I'm putting the plastic on it. You can use another piece of fig leaf to do this, but I like to simply see how much my dough has opened up. For those of you who are interested, 1 second guys, the garbage truck is passing, or the trash truck is passing, so it's a little bit loud. I'm gonna wait till they pass to explain. Okay, so they're stopping to pick up rubbish in front of my house. Right, so what I was saying, for those of you who are interested in making pastel, I did link 2 different types of pastel press in my description below. I did link an iron pastel press and I linked a wooden pastel press. I, however, on the other hand, I have a wooden pastel press. However, the iron pastel press might be much more smaller and compressed for, persons who don't want a big pastel press. I make different sizes of pastels, so the bigger wooden pastel press is effective for me. But you would know how the size of the pastel that you want to make on average. Right now I'm making a general size pastel, so it isn't too big and it isn't small either. I almost finished the second dozen. I have like 2 more in the second dozen. That's right, I made 22 pastels so far. Alright, and we want to complete this pastel making process by 1 p.m. latest. It's gonna make room for what we have to do for the rest of the day. So I started this process at roughly 5 a.m. Right, and why I started so early, and I had to do a little bit extra stuff, therefore I had to also make seasoning and stuff, which is something that I don't usually have to do when I'm making pastel. I would tend to make my seasonings like 2 days before, but my days have been pretty compact with makeup and other stuff that I have commitments to, so I did not have the luxury of doing that this time around. But I will advise you, if you can prep all of your other smaller stuff beforehand, do that. It's gonna save you time, right? And for me, when I'm making pastel, I'm not just making 1 dozen pastel. Today I'm making 4.5 dozens, and it is a skill. I would say making pastel is a skill. You have to be able to fold it properly and stuff, Yeah, you have to be able to fold it properly and all those sorts of things. So it is not something that you can rush. However, what I will say is if you have persons that can help you, somebody press, somebody fold, somebody steam, somebody fold with the leaf, and then somebody fold with the foil, your time, the time it will take you to get it done is going to move faster. But this is something that I enjoy doing. My children will step in from time to time, maybe to just press down or press the pastel press and stuff, but I truly enjoy doing this. It is a lengthy process, but I enjoy it a lot. And so, and usually when I'm making pastel, I don't tend to stop to eat or anything. So earlier on, you all would have seen my husband feeding me carrot cake, and um, he fed me a banana. I had a banana earlier this morning too, but I usually don't stop to eat when I'm making pasta. I like the process to be finished with. So I like to, usually I would have my little drinks. So I don't have any this year, but I would usually have my little white oak drink and white oak and sorrel or something I might have close by, you know. And I enjoy taking a drink while I'm making my pasta. I think it helps to make the process move smoother, if you all understand what I'm saying. I like to drink white rum. So, but the groceries were insane. And this year, after our budget here in Trinidad, they did jack up the price of certain alcohol drinks that I like, and I just refuse to indulge in it. They did bring back down the price, but I just never bothered to go back to buying it, at least not as yet. So this is our, this will make it 2 dozens that we have fully completed. That is 24 pastels that we did so far, and we have been here for the past 4 hours. But like I said, it didn't take me 4 hours to now get to 2 dozen. It took me 4 hours with prep of pastel and of meat and of seasoning, and it took me 4 hours to do all of that so far. You can buy bottle seasoning, but to be quite honest, I think it makes much more sense to make your own seasoning. You get to know what they're putting, what you are putting into your seasoning, versus just someone randomly putting things into your seasonings and you're not sure exactly what is going into it. So I like to know what I am getting into, or what is in my seasoning. So very rarely you will see me buy a bottle season. Alright, so this made it 24 pastels that we have completed so far. We are making 4.5 dozen pastels today. I like to cut off the crinkled ends. And this is fig leaf, or as some persons may know it as banana leaf. And this is what we wrap our pastels in. I'm just taking a J cloth for persons who just tuned in to wipe off my leaf, just to make sure there's no gunk or anything stuck onto my leaf. I don't want that to get or gain access to my pastels. Let me just move some things around here. 1 second, guys. I'm just moving some of the dough balls closer to the center here. because I think I have a lot of things going on this side here and I don't want it to be squished down. Make some room on my table. And I'm using a clear plastic bag that I simply cut to put on top of it so that the pastel press, the dough doesn't stick to the pastel press. Take your time.
Take your time.
Hi, Nadar.
Hi, but I want to play up there, but Michael won't catch me.
Michael don't want to catch you?
Yeah.
Well, you have to wait.
But I have to.
Dad said don't knock go.
Oh.
So you have to listen to what Daddy tells you. Otherwise, it's bye-bye.
Okay.
Hi, Cyril. How are you? I know someone asked me a while ago to be able to come live. To be able to come live today. So you all are spending the day with me today. And well, at least the morning so far. Let's see how much we get done right now. If it's going to take us into the afternoon. So there's that. Right. I love making pastel. Yeah, so someone asked me to come live today and I decided why not? I have pastel to make. Let me come and spend some time with you guys. So I hope the person that asked me to come live today does come on to my live today. Because I made sure and come live to you at your request. So I hope you do join us. I just can't remember who it is, but I hope that person that asked me to come live today does join. Nice. Right, and I like to double wrap my pastels. So one layer would be the banana leaf or the fig leaf, and the next layer will be the foil. Right, you don't want to press down too hard onto your pastel press to open it out too wide, because you don't want the dough to be too thin either. Right. Got it together. Press it down because we are folding it. Sometimes when you open it too wide, the dough gets too thin, and then you have spillage happening, which is what is happening in this one. But when we wrap it up, it's not gonna stay like that. So cut a little bit excess of this leaf, like that. Hi, come. Yes. want to play with him? Hi Chris, you're back. Okay, nice to have you back. I know you came on earlier on this morning, so we have started making our pastels, as in assembling it. We already completed 2 dozens.
No, I'm not going to that.
Oh, vinegar. So I'm just cutting off any of the hard pieces. I do have some more fig leaf in my fridge. And I'm just wiping off.
Keep on.
And I'm taking some oil and oiling our fig leaf. I want to press down too hard on it. Some of these doughs were a bit softer than usual, which means it's cold. It held a lot of moisture. So this is essentially what my minced beef is looking like. My minced beef does have raisins in them. What are we looking like then? 1K? Hi Alex. And we're just tucking it in, making sure the pastel is, really nice and tight in there, snug. No, it's not. I don't celebrate Christmas. Is that my Christmas dinner? But like I was saying, for persons who are new here, pastel is something that you can make and store in your freezer. And it can last you, it has a very long shelf life on your freezer, in your freezer, not on, but in your freezer, sorry guys. And you just take it out and you steam it and it's gonna be good to eat. Steam it for roughly like around 10 to 15 minutes. But when we are making it here today, we have to boil it for about half an hour because it has to cook. Okay. So essentially you have to put your put your pastel to boil when you now make it as it is like this,
My God.
in order for it to be cooked. And then when you boil it, you allow it to cool before refrigerating it or even freezing it. Gonna lightly press on that because I don't want it to open too widely. Right, and that's a nice size there. And now I'm gonna put the minced beef in there. Just you're gonna put it right in the center and then begin folding it over to close up your pastel. Just like that. Right, and you have a pastel folded, a nicely folded pastel like that. Right, and then you're gonna secure it with your foil. And again, for those of you who just tuned in, while we are securing it with foil also, when we put it to boil, the foil is gonna help keep the pastel compressed and together. Which does not allow for water to seep in when we start boiling it. Understand? Oh, nice. Huh? Alright, so I have to get the leaf. No, I don't have to get the leaf from my fridge as yet. This could probably fold a small one. Just moving some of these strips off of my table because I don't need these strips in particular. So I'm just going to discard of them.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm just organizing my doughs on my dough balls on the table. I like to know what's happening with my dough balls. Bring them closer to me. Just to make sure that they are more in front of me. Not pressing down too hard on it because I don't want too much of a big pastel with this one especially because the leaf is a bit smaller here on this one. And we got another one folded really nice there. And while we are closing up with foil, we want to make sure that it's properly sealed in. We don't want any water to be able to seep through our pastels, right? And we have already made like 2 dozens. So this is what they are looking like so far. And just have a tray on the side of me where I am putting those pastels. Some of the smaller pieces of banana leaves could do the smaller pastels. So it doesn't necessarily, if you only have small small leaves, you can choose out like the small dough balls that you have rolled out and just open it out on those smaller ones. And don't be scared, don't be alarmed. When you wrap it into the foil, it's going to help keep it compressed and compact. Oops, so that flopped. It stuck to the... So you ever seen me fixing this in real time, right? So it stuck and it flopped open because it was a lot softer, and I have to reopen it. I'll be very careful, and that's why I say be very careful when you're opening it out and it forms back its beautiful shape. Now because the dough is moisturized or is, has a very nice consistency, it helps with getting that shape, getting it back into shape. Alright, so for those of you who just tuned in, we are making Trini Pastelle today, guys. Alright, I'm gonna compress that with our foil. I like to fold the top here just for neatness and a proper aesthetic, and then fold it down like that. Right, and we have our beautiful pastel. Look at that. I'm using a J-cloth with some water just to wipe off our fig leaf. The water is not going to stay on the fig leaf, it will dry down, so you don't have to worry about, if the water and oil will mix and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about that at all. And you're lightly pressing down because you don't want to open it up too wide. And I will take my hand sometimes and just kind of spread it lengthways. I was just doing a little fixing there. Alright, let me just cut off the end here. Here is a bit rough, and I don't want it to dig into the pastel. So, oh, huh?
You not doing nothing new?
No. And just sealing off the ends. Right? Oil. I'm gonna look for a smaller one. So hi guys, welcome to my channel. If you are new here, my name is Cherise, and today we are making some Trini Pastelle. Right, we're making some beef pastel here this morning, and it's morning time here in Trinidad, so you can let me know where you are from and what's your time zone looking like, because it's now 9:22 here in Trinidad. We did start our pastel making process at roughly 5 a.m. And when I say we started making it at 5 a.m., that is seasoning the meat, making seasoning first and foremost, seasoning the meat and then putting together the dough and stuff. So with a little bit of cleanup in the middle, as well as we did take a little pause to feed the baby earlier on. So for those of you who are interested in purchasing a pastel press, I did link in my description 2 types of pastel presses, which was the wooden pastel press as well as the iron pastel press, right? So I did link those 2 in my description of my video, so you all could check that out if this is something that you all are interested in doing. So you all could definitely check out that link. Alright, so I do want to clean up my leaf. What are the ingredients for Trini pastels? So essentially when I'm making Trini pastel, you're gonna need corn flour. You're gonna need flour. So for this recipe in particular, I used 1 2-pound pack of cornmeal flour. I used half cup of normal flour. I used 1 whole butter or margarine, some salt, 2 tablespoons of brown sugar, as well as some as well as some all-purpose seasoning. Not to mention, you are going to need 8 cups of hot boiling water, and I use 2/3 cup of oil as well into our dough mixture. For that is to mix your dough, which is the yellow part that you all are currently seeing. One second, guys. Yeah, that you all are currently seeing here. That is the ingredients to make that. For our filling, we are using minced chicken. We are using minced beef, sorry, but you can use minced chicken as well if you like. But today's recipe calls for, we seasoned 9 pounds of minced beef. However, I only cooked 5 pounds to start with. I wanted to check and see how much minced beef I would need in order to make our pastel here. And for this particular recipe, I got 4.5 dough balls, which will give me 4.5 dozens of pastel. Right, and we also, I was saying in my, when we started, when it comes to making pastel, you need to ensure that you have a lot of green seasoning, because making pastel, your meat is what is going to flavor your entire pastel, the dough, everything. So if you don't have the right ingredients in order to make your pastel, some things you can substitute based on your taste buds and your liking, but being able to definitely season that minced beef is gonna go a long way when it comes to making your pastel. You are also going to need fig leaf or banana leaves for your pastel. You can make it with foil only if you don't have access to banana leaves. My only thing is that when you are making it with, or cooking it with the foil, it tends to dry out the dough a bit. So that is why when you put it into the banana leaves, it holds that moisture. Right, so there's that. Just cutting it to suit. Alright, so we want to make sure and wipe off your fig leaf effectively. Yes, as well as this way. Properly. And we're covering it with that plastic paper. Press down slightly, not too hard. Right. You could spread it open just a little bit with your fingers. Nice. And then you're doing your filling now. Alright, our filling does have raisins in it as well. So that. And we're closing it up to make sure it's properly sealed in, just like that. And we're going to do a double fold with our foil. Right. So I have my next packaging here with some more fig leaf. I'm going to take out. And we want to make sure we cut off any excess there. Right. And wipe it out. Just like that. Right, and then you could go ahead and start boiling it. We have one more to complete 3 dozens. I think this is the best that I've ever seasoned the meat though. Yeah. I think also you see how I had like fresh season like made it this morning for it. That could also play a huge role in how your pastel tastes. If you have fresh seasoning on hand, it is definitely advisable because I made seasoning this morning for my minced beef, and we also did add in additional seasoning while it was cooking. We added some blended seasoning, and then we also added in some chopped seasoning as well. And let me tell you guys, that is the key there. So we're just securing up. That's what are the ingredients for the blended season? So for our blended season, what we put in was shadow benny or bandania, as some persons may know it as, or cilantro, and what is the ingredients for American pastels? So I don't think there's American pastels. They are Trini pastels, but you'll get certain ingredients known by different names in America. It would be the same name, it would be the same ingredients, they are just known for different different names. So American pastels, you may not get all the similarities in terms of ingredients. So persons or even our green seasons may taste differently based on where you are growing it. So I know there are cilantro or shadow benny, that would be the name for it, as well as there's also chive in Trinidad, which would be called like green onions over there. And also There is, well, garlic is called garlic. Um, you all may not get pimentos, but you all may get like chili peppers, right? So there's that. In terms of with the ingredients listed, you all will, I know you all will get corn flour, and persons may use like butter or margarine as the base. So do you have a teeth whitening routine? I have one, and I will show you guys eventually what it is. We just did our face routine, so I just introduced you guys to what I do as my face routine. When it comes to my morning routine and my night routine, I will come back live again showing you guys what I do for morning and night as well. So there's that. Are you going to do one? Yeah, I'm gonna do one and show you guys soon. Soon. Right. Do you have a body routine to lock in moisture? Yes, I do. And all of those things will come under skincare and self-care that I will share with you guys as we go along. So if you all are interested in that type of content as well, don't forget to like and subscribe for when I go live or even post those routines. When am I putting my hair in braids? That is a good question. I'll have to discuss it with my husband and see what is the consensus we come up to, and I'll be sure to let you guys know. Face looks clean. Yes, I have been very consistent with my face skincare routine, even on the days that I'm very tired after the gym. But making sure that I kind of stick to it helps keep my skin clean and clear at all times, because I do a lot of makeup. Just play the hair. Just play the hair. What kind of hairstyle you all want to see? What kind of braid hairstyle you all want to see my hair in? I like locks, and I like knotless braids. I also like passion twist, which is like a soft twist. Guys, excuse me for 1 second.
They're not open. I open it. Sir, what's wrong with stuff? Not. Just put on that. Because you are. I give them market. They give you a lot.
Or you like things? What does that mean? If I like things, Yarasama, what does that mean? We just completed our third dozen. We have 1.5 dozens to complete. What does that mean, Yarasama? I'm trying to get a sense of understanding of where you're coming from. Think I'll have to let my husband intervene. Just plait your natural hair. Oh, well, you have to say that. You have to say plait my natural hair, unless it braids is adding hair. You don't need any additional hair. You think so? What kind of style so then what kind of style would you suggest that I add to my natural hair? Or do my natural hair in? I wonder if my husband drank any water this morning. And my mind just run on him and if he drank water. A style that promotes growth and hair protection. So usually when I'm doing like a style that requires or that helps with hair growth, I usually tend to only do like a two plait style. Hi, morning. Yeah, he coming. I am not sad. I just got a feeling there. But my husband genuinely prefers my natural hair. He prefers that I style my natural hair. Alright, so we have 1.5 dozens pastel remaining to make. Because we just completed our third dozen and today we are making 4 dozen pastel. Right, and we have been on for almost 5 hours. So for those of you who came in, who stopped by, came to check us out and stuff, thank you all so very much. Who simply even stopped in just to say hi, because you know you may have been like you are a loyal subscriber to me. Thank you so very much. It's all greatly appreciated when it comes to, you know, you all, even if you all can't stay for the whole thing, you all stopping just to see how I'm doing, because you all may not have been able to tune in to a previous live. You know, all of those things do make my day. You all really do make my day when you all come on and interact with me on my live. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All of you all are greatly appreciated. And my children are outside. 1 second, guys. Let me just 1 second. Right guys, sorry about that. I had to go pass along a message to my husband. I'm pressing on too hard because I don't want it to break. Alright, we want a nice even out dough. Alright, my children, if you all hear children in the background, my children are outside in the yard playing. Where I can see them, their dad is outside with them as well, my husband. So they are having a time outside. But yeah, we are making some pastel. I know they are definitely eagerly waiting to taste this pastel. Because we haven't had any pastel for the month so far. And usually I start making pastel like around November. Late November, early December. But I was a bit late this year because of a lot of other commitments that I had going on. Alright? Nice. I certainly think that we would get all the pastel made with this, with the 5 pounds of minced beef. Right, so these leaves were pretty small, so I do have to combine them. But you know what? I will open it up, not too big. Hi Vincent, bonjour. How are you? I'm great, Vincent. Thanks for stopping by. We're making pastel today. It's nice to have you here. I know you always stop in whenever you do see me live. So we're making a Trini dish or Trini food that we usually have here around this time of the month. I have some big pieces that I have to kind of mash up. I'm on vacation, so it's all good. LOL. What are you preparing to eat? I am making pastels, which is a Trinidad dish, like I said, that we usually have around this time of year. And when I usually make this tends to last us like roughly 1 month, sometimes 1 to 2 months, but I know this is gonna go down really fast because we have not had it for the season or for the month so far, so I know my family are eagerly waiting to indulge in some pastels. Yes, they are. They are. What we do is when we burn them, we are able to use them to fold our fold our pastels. So yes, they are banana leaves. Yes. I'm just gonna take out some coconut water for my son, for the baby. baby fussing. What is your origin? So I am originally from Trinidad, but I do have some East Indian, some African descent in me. I do have a mix of everything. So we have a mix of, I'm a mix of everything happening. Just cutting this. I like to cut off the ends. I don't always like the ends, you know. How it may be. When I was in art school, I had a Colombian friend. I remember preparing a dish. Oh, okay, that's nice. Yeah, we use the banana leaves to prepare the pastel. So we wrap our pastel in the banana leaves and then in foil, which helps to really secure it in place, you know. But we just have like one more, roughly 1 dozen more to make. We made 4 dozens, 4.5 dozens we prepared. So we have our pastel wrapping. Alright, and then we're just gonna nicely fold that in there. Can't really fold this top part, it's very close, so when we wrap it into the foil, it's gonna help secure that down for us. It's gonna seal it off for us. Like that. Right? So the top ends are very tight so that no water will be able to seep in when we boil it. Right? So this part here, like I was saying, while I was cutting it off, this was essentially where the stem was. So we don't want that really in our pastel, or to be able to fold our pastel. It's just gonna disrupt that we have going on there. And I am gonna cut off the excess here. I'm gonna cut it off just like that. Would you mind writing to me and telling me what country you live in? I'm sorry, I don't understand English very well, if that's right. So I won't be able to type while I am live right now, but I am from Trinidad. I am from Trinidad. Trinidad, come please.
Yes, mommy. Yes, mom, mommy. What? What now?
Come inside.
Mom, what now? You need help?
No, I don't need any help. Ah, now I understand. Yes, I'm from Trinidad.
Mommy, can I help you? Banana?
Yeah, but
Mommy?
Good morning, how are you?
Hello. I'm always taste some cookies.
No, not no more cookies.
I want. I'm always taste some banana.
Yeah, I get you.
One second.
For some.
Here.
Hi, come on. Mom, can I have my tablet?
Please.
Please.
Michael, we gotta take this now. Alright. So hi guys, welcome back to my channel. For those of you who are new here, my name is Cherise and today we are making pastel here in Trinidad. Alright. I am just preparing my leaves. We are almost completed with the assembly process, I should say, because we still have to cook it. So we still have to put up water to boil and stuff in order to cook it. All those things on the different. But I just now wait. Right, and then we lightly grease the leaves. Let me just reorganize the two bowls here. We have 3, 6, 9, 12 more to do, like 1 dozen, so we just finished half a dozen. Yeah, we just finished like half a dozen. And we're dropping in that filling there. And we're gonna start to fold them in. Make sure the volume is not high, please. Could probably put on. Oh no, never mind. No, I was gonna say something on TV back again. Right. Fold it in nicely. Suck it in. Tuck it in tight. I just want to fold it in, tuck it in. seal it up like that. I'm gonna cut along here just so that it doesn't rip the rest of our leaf. Alright, like that. I'm gonna split this down in half because that was too much for one pastel. Alright, clean it up. Michael, just to make sure that put the vacuum until any makeup look. Because remember, it's in the bathroom where the guy is gonna work. Alright, nice like that. These are what our balls look like. They are made of corn flour. One second, guys. Do you want to open this out a little? Okay. I'm going to wash all the pot just now to start to put hot water in it.
Go like those. Like this on here. Pass this through here. Zip it in the hand.
Okay, sure.
I like to stretch it.
What I mean? What I mean? What? I just asked, what does that mean?
You just see you smiling on the live. Yes, I'm gonna help you wash up with my I will pass some, you know. They might just say, make it, I like to eat it.
You like to eat it? Is that going down what?
So now the star just minor.
Yeah. Daddy says to start as it cook and just at a minus pastel. Because
Be careful already when you want it.
we're gonna be eating.
You can say what you want.
We're gonna be eating.
Tell everybody in our home. You can say what they want.
Because everybody is waiting on pastel right now. Everybody's waiting on pastel. Listen, I think the five pounds of minced meat would have done all the pastel. So we will have like a next batch of a next batch of pastels to make, but I will have to get like cornmeal and more.
Yeah, get more stuff.
More cornmeal and oil and
So you only make it and stuff, right?
yeah.
And then you're done.
Yeah.
Come, you know. You're a beautiful wife and I always need your services in the household. I cannot operate this house by myself.
If you all do hear some knocking and some drilling happening, we do have our electrician over today doing some work. So.
She hired the electrician to put in hot and cold water, Papa.
You're like, yeah, my husband.
No, watch no show. I'm taking this. Pastel and you don't know. Pastel don't make watch all the share one. Until when we go live again. It's just about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, they hear everybody in the back saying thank you. They are counting down the time till this pastel finish.
Yeah.
The 20 minutes is very fast.
They are counting down this time. We all hearing them in the back. We love pastel. We really love pastel. I don't know, try to feed him asleep. I was asking if you wanted to try to feed him asleep. Shut him up. Here. He might be hungry. Take out the cover. My hand greasy.
Nah.
No?
Yes.
Pastel?
Pasta boys.
Sleepy.
Pasta boys.
Oh my, when I sound daughter.
And start.
You see, you know, give your mom. Whole night, don't even see. I only did.
Shut up, to watch you. Oh, my family patiently waiting for pastel. I think this is the fastest that I've ever made pastel. Because usually we would have pastel like after lunch or in the night, evening into night. So they are getting some pastels early today. But that required me to wake up at 4 a.m. Right? Because I got just about 4 hours of rest last night. Which was definitely needed because I went and did legs at the gym yesterday, and right now I'm standing on my legs and they are quivering.
I'm being an outstanding mother and wife.
My husband said I'm being an upstanding mother and wife. All I agree with that? Tell me.
Yes.
My son said yes. My son said yes.
No.
We just have a few more to do. We have the water not hotting because the extension was plugging.
The extension tied for pastel.
The extension tied for pastel.
Everyone in the house.
Everything and everyone in the house tied waiting for pastel. So they're ready to riot on it. Send help.
Even water one pasta.
Send help, guys. My patience. Your patience, Tim. Oh gosh. Yeah, well, they're waiting.
Yes,
They don't want to eat anything else but this pasta right now.
not even egg.
They don't even want to eat their favorite thing in the house, which is egg. Ole, can you imagine that? Ole, and you laughing. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm laughing and smiling and working at the same time. I don't think I could work faster than this. Because we still want to, make it with love. Oh, let's just see my husband's face right now. Shalama, you and your daddy looking the same. You want me? Yes, I'm waiting. Hold on. Only they're waiting. They're hungry. But we almost there. 9, well, 8 more.
What can you? This is just
So we're gonna count down for 8 more pastel remaining to make, right? Well, 9. I'm going to make the 8th one right now. I'm just getting the leaf. Right. Where's my scissors? Are you using some of them missing? Yes. Oh, there. They will be in the house. Nah, they waited. Our family really love pastel, and like I said, we didn't have any, so they are patiently waiting to have some. Right, so we are on. We have 8 more to do. We have our water heating up to be able to boil that, to be able to boil our pastel in. Right, I know they're gonna enjoy this because when they tasted the meat this morning, they were loving it. Watching, why doing? Tuck that in there. Fold it nicely. Mama, come. Come forward. Here. A raisin. Right. So as that, I hear the kettle boiling. Let me just pour it across into the pot and I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Alright, cool. Hey, be safe, huh? Anya? After, I will tell you.
Right. So
Yeah. Is question that too?
right, so we just slicing it off. We have, when we do this one, we'll have 7 more to do.
That's why I know the water hot in every pot is bubbling, you know? The pot never thinks so fast.
Yeah, the pots are not waiting. Sorry,
How much more?
7.
7 more, guys.
7. Okay, so my husband's doing the countdown back first. You see it? Watch outside.
What?
Watch outside.
Um,
Just watch outside now. Alright. Just making sure the meat is not like clumped up together.
I think I don't
Yeah?
just put the ones that you did already in the pot.
After we to put a little more water in it. Because you don't want it to
You
submerge.
see, you know, Brandy.
Favorite.
And she's so
If it said yes, I don't. Watch that.
Watch. I don't know. My son.
Never?
My son.
Yeah, that is son. My son too. Like you want to say that way?
I was having business now. She said, I never do it today. You can't say it. Places you live. You don't have to have much.
Yeah. And it's quiet. And family oriented. So, yeah.
And I'm sure everybody is the line. There somebody can hear you or some food. No children?
You working in shop?
You hear something? You hear something?
I'm watching you like Beetroot.
Maybe what?
Quick, for like 15 seconds.
I get to be them.
No.
Ah, sit down. You give me a look for it tomorrow.
Right. Why do I have to put oil on it? So that it is easy to, like it doesn't stick to the paper and it doesn't dry out. So it keeps moisturized and it's able to be folded properly.
Where is a pasta press? Can you use food plate?
You could. You could use two whole plates, but to keep rolling a plate so on and a plate so on, you hear clack clack clang clang clang. You can even use a rolling pin if you don't have a pastel press, but pastel press are pretty affordable, so you all should actually click the link in my description to check out the two types of pastel press that
So the pasta press is a professional tool to make pasta. Right?
it's essentially a professional tool.
But
Yes.
that is my one thing here.
Yes, sir. Mama.
Yeah. Cheesecake on the people. I see those
Where do we get that from?
How much olive have you
Yeah.
into the life?
Bring a duck, bring toys.
Bring toys for daddy. We have been live for 5.5 hours, guys. I think this is also one of the longest lives that I've done on my channel.
How much?
5.5 hours. Right, so I have 6 more to do, but I have to cut some more foil. I will do like about, I will cut like 4 because I'm watching the minced beef here. I know, but I'm watching the meat.
It's 4 already, one more.
Huh?
It's 4 already, one more.
Well, in 4 already, one more.
You want to eat?
I don't know what meat you're talking about.
Huh? No, I mean 4. 4, yeah, balls, yeah, but the meat might only do one more.
No, it has 6 more balls will say, but it might only meat might only do like about 4 more.
Take it to the thing you put for it.
Yes, I come in my lap. Although we have a timer going on, you know.
The pot ready.
My God, it's not time. I put it on my phone. You understand? I have to beat him on that.
So I'm putting together some pieces of leaves.
So you do beat him like this? Straight cold water?
Straight food. Nah, never been in cold like.
That one mama guy knew what she was doing.
Well, you know, there's only plating for me. All of them. You see Michael laugh?
And he's waiting for me.
Well, somebody has to play something for somebody.
No, mama.
Nice. Just
My
spread
God,
it out.
cover on my shell, my bottle.
We have water boiling. Michael, get a bottle, because you can't go by the sink right now. Get a bottle with water there and put it in the kettle.
You don't stretch it?
Hmm?
You don't stretch it?
Shut up. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So when you are boiling your pastel, you wanna, in order for it to boil fast, I would advise if you have a kettle, put on a kettle, hot some water and start throwing it into the pot, and you're gonna salt the water, and then start putting your pastel in.
You want to salt it and see if there's enough water, you think you need more.
It need one more. It need one more kettle before I salt that water. So this
So it's
particular,
about 3 liters, 3.3 liters. Right?
yeah, about that. It's about 3 liters per pot with the big pot that I have, and then I salt it and start putting pastels into it.
Organize put some Michael. Pajama.
Organize something for Shama to please. Nice.
I got a record part of the pot.
Yeah.
How much you want?
We have 5 more.
Oh, you got 5 more and 4 more just now?
No, I said the meat may go for 4.
Did
Yeah,
we go
4.
for 5 now?
We'll see. We'll see, my love. Oh, there. How it looks inside here for this pastel. Or did they waiting? I am not waiting. I want to taste my own pastel. I haven't had pastel in a while. I'm not opening it too wide.
I'll see electrician if you get it.
Alright, so if you all hear any extra little noise coming, knocking, we have the electrician over doing some, putting in some
hot and cold for you.
putting in some hot and cold for me. Well, he doing work, and all that, and all that.
Ah. That's it.
So is only medium turner spiriting for them?
So what?
Is only medium them turner spiriting for them?
Yeah, I got a little bit of water.
Where do you put him in the water? Put him
Put
in the
everything
bathtub.
empty, start to pull it.
Okay. So
Request
just
for toys, switch on toys. And when it's reach half, start to wetting.
Okay.
When they had last, when they take up the water.
Was it said last?
And when you try to come out, just give him a toy. He like small dog. So
Okay.
you try to come out, give it until the body adjusts it to move, and then he want to come out and this water go in his face.
He went to the hospital. Michael? Mommy making pastel, daughter. You want to make pasta? Yeah, well, we almost finished, right? So you're hungry? Yeah? Okay. You want some more food? Yeah?
What do you want?
4 more minutes.
So I'm close up on this.
Gotta get that. Gotta get that up in here. Up in here, up in here. Well, I should see my son in the bathtub right now. Hey, man, lie down like a lone.
I just want to see what that is called.
I never get at it. I gotta win with that.
Let's see. Let's see.
I cut off the hard part so that it don't dig into the pasta. And the crinkle part that will disrupt the shape of the pasta. What? He lie down to sleep. He sees to the put over the air. Ah! Let's see pipe. Daddy have one pipe. Shallow is chilling. But it's shallow one easy. Drink some tea. I'm going to say that.
My girl.
So the kettle is finished. I'm going to pour it in. So let me take you guys there. Just so.
Nah, don't worry. Let's spread the towel on better. You 10 minutes ain't going on there? Is that 100 minutes? Even though 10 minutes. How much time did you show?
Michael, check it out.
15 seconds.
Oh, 15 minutes.
It don't even have 100 minutes. I have 99 hours.
Ah. You shut it on the road? I can't leave now. Like, any electrician doing some work here?
Yo, I'm gonna come and take him and you put the camera to record this one and I just come and do the last two.
What's your one too?
Yes.
But I don't want you like that too. What one?
Something stressful, I don't know.
Is it so from sense from
Guys, just give me a minute. Alright, so just give me a minute, guys.
Yes. They want the color drive what you really want. But like battery want to. So they say it's good but because he sells on drive it can. I'll check mine too. So you shut down all the road. You shut down all I mean your Johnson. She got a plan expansion and she wanted to go to it. The battery dead. You know, someone say the battery dead. All they do is call them and tell them that your battery dead. I don't say this. Yeah, and I saw. Yeah, that's it. I there. Yeah.
Yo, just give us a minute. I'm setting up some stuff. Tight.
Yeah. I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm blessed. I'm grateful. You don't know my role. I'm coming. But I didn't see him yet. Yo, listen. Sound ready? Sound ready? And when we put the pastel, you'll put it in there.
Yeah.
Let's talk about sound. I'll come in now.
Yeah.
And that's Renee going through the same thing that Renee shut up the battery last night.
Yeah, you were saying something. So you were saying you had to go first one, so you have some type of battery. Because he wasn't there anymore.
What do you like to? Alright, so now we come charging there. My girl bring me next section. Come on, please.
Ah!
Oh, you did not have let me see her.
Oh, the baby.
Listen.
Why the baby missed me while he was doing Ah! What? Boy. Also, he's very sleepy right now too, so a combination of I miss my mommy and I'm sleepy. Stay there. Say hi. Tell them hi. We're gonna start to put pastas into the pot. So we remember I was telling you guys that I am also filming with my camera. So we are setting up the camera on the part by the stove in order to be able to record that so that you would also have that footage as well. Yeah, I don't do that.
Stand closer, please. So. Watch. Huh? And this. Michael, come. Hold this on carriage around the table on the next side. What is it?
There's tea in me and the pot, like right in this space right here.
Very good.
Yeah, that's good.
Michael? Yeah, untangle that for the fan. Bring the light bulb stand. Nah, don't worry, forget that.
No.
Just one, yes, just one, just plug that in there. And leave that on.
Alright guys, so essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna start to cook the pastel now, right? And what I have here is my pot with hot water. for the camera. What we have is, oh, let's plug it in. Get out of plug. Yeah, so what we essentially have is our pots with hot water here, and we are gonna salt the water and start adding our pastels to it for it to boil, right? So I have my water here, and I use hot water. So the baby's a bit sleepy and hungry, sucking his finger. So what I did do is I used 3 of my kettles with water and put it into the pot, and this is just to minimize the boiling time so that it boils faster, which essentially means it cooks faster and you get to eat your pastel way faster. 1 second, guys. Like I'll go on the chance now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna salt the water, and I'm gonna put a generous amount of salt in the water. Right, a nice generous amount, and what we're gonna do is start putting our pastels in here. So we have our tray with our pastels here, and I'm gonna start putting them in. So I'm going to count how much I'm getting to put into the pot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So I put 2 dozens fit in this pot to boil. Right? So we have 24 pastels here boiling, and we salt our water. Essentially this is going to cook our pastel, and we are going to set a timer for 30 minutes. Right, I'm going to set a 30 minutes timer. 1 second, guys. Just give me a minute. Right, and what we're doing, we're basically multitasking because the baby clearly wants mommy to feed him. Right, his brother was helping me feed him, but I guess he wants mommy to feed him. So I have my timer set for 30 minutes on my watch, right? And yeah. So essentially when this cooks for 30 minutes, you're gonna just take it out and allow it to drain out. And then your pastel is going to be ready to cook. But the baby wants to play and fight sleep, and just want to warm up the baby's bottle. Okay, this is good. Right? So we have our 2 dozen pastels here boiling. Again, this is for 30 minutes, right? I set my watch timer all ready. And set my watch timer. So it's just a matter of waiting for this, and then we can enjoy our pastel, guys. Right? So for those of you who actually stayed on for, we're gonna make 6 hours in a little bit. For those of you who stayed on for the time frame that we were live, thank you all so very much for all of your continued support. It is greatly appreciated. And for those of you who are new here and who have never came across my channel before, welcome. My name is Cherise, and on my channel you are going to experience cooking, family life, motherhood, wifehood, beautyhood, because I am also in the beauty industry doing hair and makeup, so you all will experience a whole ton of different activities happening on my page. So if this is something that you are definitely interested in, don't forget to like and subscribe. Share it with someone who have similar interests and is probably interested in doing or showing the same thing, or shows the same interest in the things that I do. You all could share my channel with a family member of that also. One second, guys. Like this.
Yeah, come in.
Okay, so we are just checking in. Like I was saying, for those of you who are new to my channel, welcome. So we're gonna feed the baby while we talk to you guys. So for those of you who are new here, welcome to my channel. Our baby is a bit sleepy this morning, right? So we are gonna put him to sleep while we wait for our pastel to heat up, right? Or essentially to cook. Okay. And our pastel will take roughly 30 minutes to cook, and I have set a timer. Essentially, you can make pastel with either minced beef or minced chicken. Those are the items that I use. I don't do pork on my channel, so you all are not going to see anything related to that, right? With my pastel, or with my pastel recipe, I did get 4.5 dozen pastel, and my family is patiently waiting for pastel, guys. Nobody had breakfast yet for the morning, and they have been waiting patiently. Everybody's hungry, maybe a little bit edgy. Even the baby here, he doesn't want anyone else to feed him except me. Oh joy. And I guess that shows a certain level of, how I would say, that comfort that he gets from mommy being able to feed him and put him to rest. So you all sit down, please. Come and get a banana for your sister. Right? So my children are hungry, but they don't want to eat anything else outside of fruits, and maybe fruits definitely, and well, they use it for pastel. Michael gets a banana for you. right? And well, the baby, he wants his tea, right? He wants his tea and he wants a little love from mommy. You know, usually around this time, I am, you know, hugging him up to put him to rest, and then I would come live. But this morning I have been live from 5 a.m. so I woke up at 4 and I was live at 5, so it took some time to read my Bible and stuff like that. So essentially we are waiting for our pastel to finish so that you all will get to see the finished product of what our pastel looks like and how the inside of it looks. Today we did make beef pastel. So for those of you who are new here, welcome to my channel, because I did see a ton of people just join, and we are making, or we have finished making pastel per se. We are just waiting for it to boil, which essentially means we're just waiting for it to cook. And one of the methods of preserving your pastel would be to freeze it. And when you freeze your pastel, you get a longer shelf life. So you could freeze your pastel 3 months, 6 months, for up to 6 months, and you are not going to, it's not going to spoil or anything. It's not going to taste any different. Your method of thawing it out, I should say, would be to steam it. And when I say steam it, you're going to put some water to boil and put your rice steamer or your rice strainer. If you do have a steaming machine per se, you can steam it for like 10 to 15 minutes and it's going to be ideal. If you're steaming only one pastel, then that time might just be like 8 to 10 minutes. But if you are doing like multiple pastel, like I would usually do maybe 2, 4, 6, probably 10 pastels at once, I would leave it for the 15 to 20 minutes duration mark. Yeah, our baby was definitely very sleepy, but I guess he needed, like, you know, to be fully settled in order to fall asleep. And then a lot of exciting things are happening. Mommy's making pastel, my siblings are playing, the AC man is here to clean the ACs, the electrician is here doing work, and there are lots of things happening. The neighbor's knocking on the door. Oh my god, the children. Oh, the neighbor was checking my husband to get some assistance. So there was a lot of things all at once happening. I'm very happy that we did get to finish our pastel before lunch though, which means that I get to, you know, take a little pause from what I'm doing in the kitchen to probably focus on something else, because I do have something else to focus on a little bit later on. I may come live to show you guys that. Yeah, so there are lots of things happening all at once today. So the baby definitely did not want to fall asleep, so he gave us a little toggle, but he's fully asleep. He's still drinking his tea, but he's fully asleep. More than likely he's going to drink all of this tea, which was roughly 6 ounces of tea, because he's no longer breastfeeding during the day. He is only breastfeeding at night, like when he wakes up from a nap, well, from his sleep at night. That's when he would get like that one feeding session. But yeah, he's definitely in a deep sleep, but he's still drinking his tea. I just have like 2 more pastels to fold, but that's it for the folding and the, you know, gathering process with pastel, which meant our 5 pounds of minced beef was sufficiently enough to make 4 dozens and a half pastels. So 4.5 dozen pastels. We used the 5 pounds of minced beef to do that. We also added in some raisins into our pastel as well. If you are a person who likes that, you could add that, as well as probably capers and olives and stuff. You can add that to your pastel, but the raisins did give it a nice taste, like it balanced sugars and stuff, which was ideal. So yeah. Yeah, so there's that. So when the baby falls asleep, is fully asleep and finished drinking his tea, I will take you guys back by the table just to be able to fold the last two. Also, for those of you who are interested in purchasing a pastel press, I did link 2 different types of pastel press in my description, so you all could check that out. I did link the wooden one, like what I use, and there's an iron one that you can use also. So I did link those 2 in my description. You are a great mom with a lot of things that benefits you, like great children, being married, being baptized, etc. Or praise to the Most High. That is definitely the Most High, I can tell you that. And for people who may be looking at my life and saying, well, how did she get that, or how did we get there? That's good. Truly, it is good. And that is praying to Him and doing what He says and following His laws, statutes, and commandments, and you will get what you want. In terms of, you also have to pray for what you want, and praying for what you want, and praying for a partner that helps you along the way. I have a great husband, so all praise to you like that. You make it look easy. The journey must have been, it is a bumpy road. There are highs, there are lows, just as with everything else in life. There are a lot of highs and lows, and I will say each high and each low was a lesson for me to teach, or for me to even speak to you all about. For when persons ask me, okay, how did you do this, or how did you make this look so easy, or how did you get this or acquire this in life, and it didn't just come overnight. Like my husband and I, we were talking the other day, and I started a gym last week, and only then did I realize that it has actually been about 10 years that I have been in a gym. But during that 10 years, I was able to help build my family with my husband. So I met my husband, and we built a family, we got married, and we did all of those things. And it meant certain sacrifices, but in order for us to continue along doing what we have to do and doing what we want to do for the benefits of first yourself, because you're taking care of yourself, you're going to live a longer life, and then by extension it benefits your spouse and your children, and then everybody else around kind of benefits from it. Hey guys, we are finished. We're in the bottle. Right? Your humility, your submissiveness, and what's the scripture that talks about the humble, like the blessings from Matthew? I'm trying to remember it. It's not a he, it's a boy. It's a boy, and he's gonna be 8 months on Sunday. He's gonna be 8 months on Sunday. But yeah, I'm not. There are times where I do experience certain things that will take off the alarm. There are times that I experience things just like everybody else in the real world. I think it's just how you respond to it. And first and foremost, I will tell you that. Thank you. First and foremost, I will tell you whatever issues that I have, I take it to the Most High and pray first before I even talk to anybody about it. And that has been what works for me. And everybody's method to achieving something or to solving a problem would take a different route, you know. And when it comes to my road, I go to the Most High for everything. Before I write it down, I talk to the Most High about it. Right? Before I lot of persons will say, how do you juggle all of these things? How do you manage all of these things? And I can't tell you, all of it is with God, because some days I spiral, just like everybody else, I spiral. And some days I lose my cool, just as with everybody else. And some days I cry. I'm talking. No, your daddy told you. And some days I cry, some days I get angry, but I don't really lash out when I'm angry. I just simply cry. And some days most days and all days and all situations, I just go to God immediately. So person say, how do you do this? How do you get this? And I simply say God, and it's like, but there must be another way to get to that. In order for us to have what we need to have, we have to go to God first and foremost. Like you're not gonna get it any other way. You're not gonna get it any other way. Right? You're definitely not gonna get it any other way than through Him. So, when persons watch me and say, well, how did you accomplish this? And it takes prayer and hard work. And some days I cry, some days I throw a tantrum. Yeah. And it's something that I've noticed, and my husband pointed it out, like the days that I cry or whatever, something good always tends to happen the next day, and then I'm able to talk about it to, somebody else who might be going through this scenario, and it helps them avoid that situation. But essentially, I may have to, face whatever it is hands-on. So that's how it is. And let me see how much more time we have on our clock. We have just about 10 more minutes before the first batch of pastels come out. And we did put in 24 pastels here, so we have 24 pastels to take out in a little bit, and we will be ready to be eaten. Yeah, they'll be ready to be eaten. And I know I'm excited, and everybody's looking at me. They are excited to have some pastels, guys. We just have like two more pastels to wrap up, and that will be it for our dough, because our dough did give us 4.5 dozens, and our meat was exact. And this is with loading up each of the pastels. Like, I did not mince on anything at all. I simply went straight in and fill up the pastel. My pastel does have raisins in it. If you want to omit it, you can omit it, that's fine. But my pastels do have raisins in it. You can also add in capers to your pastel as well. Right? So I'm gonna carry the baby upstairs and I'll be right back, okay? I'm talking to you guys, I'm going to just set up the baby camera, right? Because the baby is asleep in another room, so I want to make sure that we could see him, right? So I'm just getting those devices ready because they were off. Mama, come on this side. No, not you. You go ahead. You go ahead. I'm talking to my daughter. Yes? He's working. Allow him to work. Okay? Call your brother for me, please. Alright, so devices are on. Just, son. Michael? No, you come here, Nada. Pick up all those things, put it in the back bag for my place. So I'm gonna get some assistance to clean up. You put up the leaf in the bag. Just to clean up so that what? Right, so I'm just getting some assistance to go over there and sit down. Come and get a banana. I'm trying to manage these children, guys.
Mommy wants to taste this pasta together.
Right, so our devices are now ready. You can see. Alright, so I'm just waiting for it to get activated, and then I will send my son upstairs to put it upstairs. Alright, so baby cam set up. Carry this upstairs now, please. Put it to listen, put it to alert, volume all the way up. Alright, so I'm just gonna go back by the table for a bit. To do the last two.
So from eating the pastel,
Mm-hmm.
you going and cut my curry?
Oh, what happened to the baby ramen?
I'm gonna go straight into that. Yeah, you can say I should go straight into that.
This is one of my
And so we have this one here. Let's take this one. Okay, Mama. And so I'm just cutting the edges of to put together 2 pieces. That's fine. Don't forget to wipe. Right, and we essentially put in 2 pieces together. Like that. Remember to put your piece of thing, press it down. So our half an hour is completed, so it's time to take out the first batch of our pastels. Okay, so let me take you guys back on this side. I have a bowl to be able to put my pastels in. Right, so Alright, so we're gonna take out our first batch of pastels. They are finished. My 30 minutes timer went off. Yeah, so remember this is in water, so you wanna make sure that you drain out any excess water from in there. If you have a tray and you want to put it into a tray, that's fine also. But we are draining off any excess water because we don't want our pastels to have water in them. Right? Taking off the ones that are kind of like sticking out a bit. first, and then we will go deeper into the ones that are like submerged into the water. Like that. Nice. Some of them are still gonna have a little water in it, but that's fine. By the time you allow it to drain off and you're boiling your next set, it will drain off into whatever you put it in. Remember, when you are freezing this, please make sure that they are completely cooled down before you freeze it. Alright. So you all have been through this entire process with me. It's now 11:17, and I did say I want to be finished by lunchtime, which is 12. And we definitely got that. Remember, our water is salted. It's not, it isn't just water boiled by itself, but it is salted water. I'm draining the excess water before putting it into my silver bowl here. And 24 pastels did fit into this pot. So we got to boil 24 pastels at a time, and for our recipe we did get 4.5 dozen pastels. I want it to fully drain out. I'm gonna put them, they're standing all different directions in my bowl to be able to effectively drain out our pastels. Nice. Alright, so hi Miller, you're back. We are almost completed with our pastels. We do have one more pastel to fold and one more batch of pastels to go in here to boil.
Yeah, that joke's so shallow, I might wake up.
Okay. Alright, this is our last one for here. I'm gonna pour our next kettle of water. Girl, I went and sleep and now up. I thought this live was finished. No, we're almost completed with the process, but we're not finished yet. Yeah. Right, so I did say I would stay for the entire process for you all to see the entire process as in from start to finish. We are gonna put our kettle with some more. We're just topping up the water. And we're also going to top up the salt as well. Nice, really good. Yeah. Top up the salt. And we're going to add some additional pastels in here as well.
Just pull out.
So we have our tray that has the pastel here, and I'm gonna put them in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Right. So it does hold 24 pastels. So we just have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 more to put in, so that will go in after this one. I am setting a 30 minutes timer. Right, so I did set my timer. Right, and we're gonna just finish the last one. We just have 1 more to fold, and yeah, I'm just making sure you set aside my 12 pastels and post it on Friday or Saturday. Okay. So that's why you came on the live. You came on the live to make sure that I know I need to send 12 pastels to you. Just want to be last one. Alright? So we're just gonna take you guys back by the table just to finish the last pastel. We are on the home stretch, guys. Yeah. Home stretch. For those of you who kept me company, asked questions, you know, interacted in the chat, thank you all so very much. It's greatly appreciated. For my family, my husband, my children that keep coming, checking in on me, daddy helping feed me, because when I'm making pastel, I don't really stop to eat. The accent and the good hair and pretty face and can cook. God send me one of those Trini ninjas. You have to pray and make sure you know what you're asking God for. Right? So yeah, my husband, because he did come and, you know, give me something to eat 2 times, so that I remember to, you know, eat. And yeah, so he also came, checked in on me, sent some love, which helps keep the process going, you know, because pastel is something that takes a lot of time, and we have been here for the past 6 hours and 36 minutes. So you all do know that pastel does take time, especially the amount that I do. It does take time to complete. Good morning. Yeah, our AC people are here as well to clean our ACs. No, that's not 48 plus That's right.
6 hours.
So my son is doing the maths. Good hard work pays off. Yeah. It's good I had you on the TV even if I wasn't typing because we live in different time zones. Oh, so I know it will taste good. It's wet. Yes, you don't go there, okay? Yeah, that's right. It takes a lot of work. I'm glad to know that you were also looking at my live on the TV.
Yeah, like slip on my head.
Thank you for letting me, because I was asking in the chat, what devices do you all look at my videos or my lives on?
Yeah.
It's 9:27 here in Chicago AM. What about there? So currently it's 11:27 AM here in Trinidad. Yeah. So my son is asking me if we're having brunch. Right, it's nice.
No. Yes, you want me to clean up what I'm doing. I put it all out on her.
Oh yes.
I don't know. No. I don't know, man.
It's the same time. I thought it was nighttime. No, it's 11:20. It's 11:28 AM. It's daytime. Yeah. It's hot sun outside. What did you do with the things you made in the banana leaves? I haven't opened them up yet. It's called pastel. So that's what we were wrapping. We put them in the banana leaves first and then we wrap them in foil. It's cold snow outside here. We have hot sun outside here. If we turn the camera by the background, you can see the sunlight coming through there. Right, so we did all our pastels and we still had like just a little bit of meat here, and I didn't use 9 pounds. I did use 5 pounds of minced beef in order to make our 4.5 dozens. I need hot sun. I have -12 degrees. Guys, oh my gosh. We are really fortunate here in Trinidad. We have the sun.
I'll tell them tasty, man.
Good morning, how are you doing?
Good morning.
Are you going yet?
I'm good.
Mm-hmm. That is it then.
No, where you doing that? And that's what he want?
It's finished.
No, I want to the light. To the light, is it?
There's one. I don't like the snow.
No, but the bowl.
I finished all.
Wait.
Look, hubby. Yes, they enjoy. He said this was I even, in my opinion, I find this was the best that I've seasoned the minced beef. Although we do the same.
Outside. Leave it outside.
Leave it. He loves you so much, he's sharing. Yeah. He likes to share everything with you. Everything.
You know what they say? Sharing is caring.
Huh?
Yes, go on, because like we don't know. Let me move it more. So much more with the share more.
Right, so time to clean up. We can't use these pieces, so we do have to discard of them. Jamaica. Let's be tasteful.
I could eat that
You back
for
home over you.
breakfast and dinner.
Alright.
Alright, so I'm just cleaning up my area here.
Yeah, they want to go for
Alright, so our leaves were exact for our 4.5 dozen. So I can make some more pastels because I do have more minced beef in the freezer. However, I will have to get more corn flour, more foil, more leaf. But that's not gonna happen today. I'm not gonna be making that today. But maybe I will come back live and do that.
So that you that long enough?
Okay, next one.
Oh, so
Yeah, this is good. You will.
yeah, right now? You reading the live?
I must come to Trinidad to get you to cook for me. LOL. I speak a little Tobago. What does Tobago speak? What do you mean? Well, I would definitely, since you're hiring me to cook. Yeah, we could do that.
A personal chef.
We could definitely do that once you're hiring me to cook.
Or singing they could be their personal chef.
For the time they could pay for me to be their personal chef. Yeah. We'll take the higher job. My son said I have to get the money. Get the money. I'm gonna need that ponytail. I can sell that 600 in Chicago. 600 alone for my ponytail? Nah. Nah.
Yeah, that's not eat food up
Nah. Mr. Oh, $50. Nice.
Oh, no, talking about.
I'm gonna need that
Hey,
ponytail.
the easy man.
Yes, I know a lot of
When I'm
bald head girls.
Only what the
I'm going to keep on here.
Alright.
Alright,
He said we could pony one
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it.
But they make juice.
If we make juice,
I'll
you'll get one. You'll get one.
I'll just on the home.
You need some juice?
Thank you.
We have pasta.
Only many today.
Huh?
You tell me many today.
Now finish making pastel. I just waiting for it to boil.
Ring, ring, ring.
Yes, I know a lot of bald head girls, they need it. Ask. Wait, them asking. Okay, telling you they want food. No, someone was our AC man was asking what is on the menu. Because most of the time, when our AC guy comes to clean the AC, I'm cooking or just finished cooking. So yeah. So I'm just kind of cleaning up my table, wiping down. Okay, so he times you. It so happened that he comes.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, he's smart. Mila, once you pay, we will cook, right?
better pay.
You sound like it makes with everybody else that they get in food. Oh my gosh.
Very good. Very nice. see much worse today.
This is work.
Chat quiet. I
This
see.
is work.
I wonder how much it is to go to the Caribbean where Trinidad is. I don't know. We'll
Take
have
my
to
phone
check.
and check it. Where do you know?
Where are you? Chicago? From Chicago to Trinidad, roughly. Let me see.
Dada.
Let's see. Let's see what it's saying.
Check it again. It's not gonna pick it up. Tell me.
Roughly, I'm seeing it saying roughly 1,000 US to come to Trinidad from Chicago. It's like 800, not first class, 800 round trip. He's asking for that. Roughly, yeah.
Am I alright? Wait a minute. Yes, I'm gonna be small. I'm going to we have to read our promotion.
That shit said Jeffrey. She just said Jeffrey.
You can plug it.
What? No, look, it's not.
Put it back for like a minute.
Well, I don't know. Did the washing machine come there?
Yeah, roughly.
That's all right.
In the year, May
I'll try one
months.
inside.
Yeah, that's not bad, especially if you get all inclusive at the resort. Yeah, I guess that's a cheap time.
Michael,
That's all.
Wait,
how much battery your phone have?
my phone is my phone on 100.
Right. I'll be on board.
Yeah. But I don't want to just stay on the resort. I want to see real streets of Trinidad and try real people food. Okay, nice. I was there like 3 years ago. Okay, Miller, you were here in Trinidad 3 years ago. But that's very nice to know. Alright, so we're just cleaning up.
What one?
Taking taxi. Okay, yeah.
Nah, I don't think so.
That's fine.
Taking a taxi. Okay, nice. And how was your experience when you came to Trinidad?
So we can play with it. Put it down.
I'll put that on the chair, please. Alright, so I'm just cleaning up my table because my table is oily. I know she is married, but she's miserable. Thank you. So you have to clean up. This place, everything is very oily. have a lot of work happening home right now is the bank. Girl, LOL, I pay with TT dollars. And the bank gives you 6 for 1 US. Well, the bank gives you sometimes, a lot of business places around Trinidad will give you 7 for 1.
So,
750 750 to 1 US dollar. I'm starting to think Nicki Minaj is a fake Trini. But outside gives dollars. Yeah, outside gives 750 to 1. So most times, a lot of persons who come to Trinidad, they don't usually change the money at the banks. They would tend to change it. They would tend to change it at like local groceries or local shops. For $1, OMG, I'm finna come there with $5 and live like a king. Yeah. Yeah, that's, you could more than come to Trinidad with that. And trust me, for a week, and trust me, the businesses and places around will be very happy to get the US dollar, because, or the US currency, given that sometimes the bank tends to hold back on giving a certain amount of US dollars. The bank teller was telling me go outside and get more money. Yeah, they will tell you that. Because the bank will hold back on how much they will sell you the US dollar for. So it's really much better to go to like different business places around, and those business places are gonna be happy to get that US dollar. I'm telling you. So
I'll fix it.
I don't wanna come. I don't wanna change to Trini money. Can't. I still spend the US dollar on the streets almost. If you change the money, you would spend less. But if you do have the US dollar, they will charge you like a tourist. They will charge you, a lot of street vendors and stuff, they will charge you like a tourist, so you wouldn't actually necessarily, some persons may not charge you the actual price, they may hike up the price given that you are a tourist. Might be more effective to do that in the hotels, like the US, spending the US dollar in the hotels versus on the streets. Yeah, you might.
It's only cheap, like if you eat the numbers, it'll be like $5 and you'll get around $5. $5 is like $35. You can't eat out all of those. $10 is $70.
Yeah.
You understand? You go out to any grocery, you buy groceries and you go to you eat or you want. If you go out,
Huh? What's that?
$500, you get groceries for a month.
Yeah, if you come, like my husband was saying, if you come with, like, if you spend $500 US dollars in the grocery, you will get like groceries for a month. Let me see, I can't read them. Okay, I get it. So they see me as a shrink. Got it. They will see you as a tourist, and they will charge you more.
But
they will treat you better.
Because US, they consider US as you're rich.
Yeah, so they will consider, as you're rich with the US, so you will get like really nice preferential treatment.
You get plenty of free things.
And a lot of free stuff to try, And Trini, they must bust your head. Hyatt was something else when my friends passed there. Breakfast $3.50. That was breakfast was what, $3.50 TT or $3.50 US that you spent, Miller?
Nah, that'll be out. US.
TT, 350 TT is spent at Hyatt for breakfast.
Oh, 350.
Yeah.
If it's US, it's not so much.
If it's US, oh, 50 US, okay, I understand.
350?
350 TT and 50 US.
Right, you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
That is
So
all
you
people
telling
say.
me with 100 bill I could feed me and 5 friends? Yes. Orange juice, eggs. Oh, that's what you got for the 350 TT?
Tell them to have a all you buffet.
My husband was saying there's also an all-you-can-eat buffet with Hyatt. With Hyatt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cost 200 TT.
It's cost
300 TT.
300 TT.
I don't want that.
Juice.
Juice.
After this.
I barely can feed 2 at a restaurant with 100 here. Oh, wow.
Mom, look, the baby sleepy.
Yeah, the baby's sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could, with 100 US, you could feed a lot of people. A lot of your friends. I went outside breakfast shed, get so much food and travel for less than 20 US dollars. You will.
20 is 140.
You will. But the minute that you go into like Hyatt and stuff, you are going to spend, you
A
know,
little more.
a little more. But being able to experience the street food around and you know, different restaurants out on the street outside of the hotel, you are going to get like a better experience. Miller, you know a lot about Trini. He was saying that he came to Trinidad 3 years ago.
You buy 5 pizzas, $1,000.
You could buy 5
Five
pizza
family
with
size.
5 family size pizzas with 100 US. I went, yes, because the street food was better. Yeah, you will, because with the street food you will experience Trinidad food, Trini food,
Flavor.
and yeah, the real Trini flavor. And you know, when you go to hotels, they have certain standards and certain ingredients or a certain ratio of ingredients that they'll have to work with, but experiencing it outside will give you a better taste.
We'll have you know.
I was gonna eat a pastel.
And take it how many now? Get it plate. Or chili nuts. Where is it? I don't know, I don't care. So we'll sit down and think. So, can I tell you what happened?
Alright, so we're gonna eat a pastel with you guys. Yes, all I want to try is street food, no top Americanized restaurants. Yeah, well then, yeah. Experiencing the street food, you will enjoy it way more. The restaurants, the
Orange wine is yours. Seafood soup.
so, yeah, so yeah. Coming to Trinidad with
Just some. Why this thing split here? Move that. Mom, you're going to eat now.
he is behind the camera, he's right here. He is right here with us in the kitchen.
Is that Zumi?
On the screen. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's about time to eat. to me.
Oh, that's too much. Yeah?
Yeah. It's about, yeah, so you're actually gonna get to see the pastel.
Not too much.
Hey, not too much zoom. Mela, you know easy?
Oh.
I'm not seeing the chat. Let me see something. Yeah, so we are essentially going to eat some pastel. On my pastel, I like to eat it with ketchup and pepper. So I will try one without ketchup and pepper with you guys. But wait, I'm a female. Oh, I did not realize. So what's your first name, Miller? What's your first name? I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Escada. I hope I pronounced that right.
Where Escada from?
Where are you from, Escada?
She from the army?
Where are you from? Oh, I pronounced it right. Nice. Where are you from?
What she's with?
And where do you work? All over? You live all over? What does that mean?
Oh, my dear.
She must be from overseas because she knows a lot about the world. Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to figure out where.
No, I got somebody in the army called Escada. I thought it was the same person.
Oh. Tell you later. Okay, I understand. So our timer just went off for the second batch of pastels to come out of the pot. So you're going to take it out in a little bit. Let's just set up what we are doing here. Oh, it's almost 5 p.m. where you are. Okay. It's like 11:54 here. Do you all still got the glass Coke bottles and Fanta bottles there? I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure. Let me see. Hubby, I hear. Yes, Escada. My husband takes pictures. He's a photographer. He does photography and videography. Yes, you only heard it last week. Yeah, he does photography and videography. So if you all are interested in photography or videography type content, his YouTube page / Instagram page and Facebook is Authentic Photography TT. So you all could check it out there. Well, right? So my husband is saying I will help him manage it. No problem. But those are his social media platforms as well. Yeah. Those are his social media platforms where you can find his work. Chances are you are gonna probably see see me as his profile picture or whatnot on some of the socials. So let's get into it here. I will put the link in the description down below. Alright, so time to open up one of our pastels.
Mommy, where's Julie?
gonna eat slowly. And we're taking it out. So we did allow it some time to cool. My husband just knows he works. No, he doesn't work for me. He works with me.
Slavery.
He said it's slavery. Ah! He said it's slavery. Oh my gosh, I don't believe that. Alright, so this is what our pastel is looking like. I'm going to put it out into our plates. Right, we have a nice size pastel. Oh gosh, nah, don't say that now, hubby. It's kind of say not to say that. He said with a whip. Ah, I tasted it. Hurry up now. This was supposed to be, okay, me savoring it, but y'all want me to hurry up and eat it? Alright, so I'm gonna cut into it from here so that y'all could see. Alright, so we do have the minced beef happening here. And y'all could see I did cut like a good size, and so it's time to dig in to taste it. And I don't have pepper on it as yet. Oh my gosh. Hello, girlfriend. Escada. Hola. This pastel doing it. This pastel definitely doing it. This is it here. When I try this recipe, let me know. Just let me know. Because he is still working. Boss is just stuffing face. Yo. He brought me a glass of oranges, guys. Orange and pine. Wait, I come back to Trinidad to stay by you. Yes, food for soul. Might take you up on that offer once the price is right. Hello, my husband. Huh? Nice. Although my husband does make mean orange and pine juice. I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't make this juice. My husband made this juice. Mr. Carter, are you looking for Bacchanal? Mr. Carter said he has now become the waiter for you.
I know my purpose.
He says he knows his purpose. Really, hubby? Escala ain't like that.
Well,
How you say? It's slavery with a whip and then he become the waiter.
yeah.
Y'all think look first class treatment, yes. Yes. Y'all want him to sit and eat with me? He said now they don't want that.
You want to see the pink skin in front of the camera?
He say y'all want to see the pink skin in front of the camera. Exactly, but she says we work together. Women don't know we work for them. Oh my gosh, Mr. Carter. He knows what he's doing. He only sweetening up. It's on this, Mama.
Well, I have to wait. We have to eat two pastels, one with oat and one with pepper. Wait.
Oh, this pastel tasting real good.
Then I come for your juice.
Escala, anyway. Escala, say look Bacchanal. Oh my gosh. I enjoy this live with you guys. This is nice.
Mr. Carter said she gave him the look and he refilled her glass. Tell hubby I feel his pain. Mr. Carter, you keep pushing. You keep pushing things. This pasta was really delicious, so I can't wait to hear how my family feel about it. So I'm gonna have one with I'm going to have one with ketchup and pepper.
Put it inside.
On top. What? I keep pushing you. Just keep eating and drinking with your feet up, Trini lady. So we're opening up our second pastel. Y'all don't be afraid to send gifts. We have that still up on the screen. Right. So we have our second pastel. Nice. And we have some ketchup. Yum. And I'm gonna put some pepper. I love pepper sauce. Escada, you say it's so bossy. We're adding some pepper to it because we love pepper. Really. Y'all should try it with ketchup and not just any ketchup, but some nice Swiss ketchup. Yum. We're gonna get into there. Oops.
Michael?
Never seen ketchup that way. And what's pepper sauce? How do you make it? So we use like habanero peppers and blend it up with like vinegar, and I will make a recipe on it. My granny usually makes pepper sauce and gives to me, but I will show you guys how it's done. I'm just laughing with seeing it in my head. Oh my. Hi Patsy, you just came in. We are having some pastel. So this live was all about us making some beef pastels, and we just finished it. I started it from scratch, as in made seasoning, cooked the meat, everything today, and we assemble it, and it's now finished. So we are just having a bite together. Please teach us American. I'm sick of eating TV dinners. Oh my gosh. Well, you definitely have to check out my page because I have a lot of Trini food there on my page, Mr. Carter. Escada. No, Patty, I was here first. This live was all about how us men are slaves and the women are bosses. Watch out for the women. Oh my god. Mr. Carter, you just keep pushing. You just keep pushing it. You just keep pushing it. But this pasta was really good though. I just like everyone on here. One love, okay?
More with us?
Yeah, we told you. Mr. Carter, so tell hubby no breaks, more ketchup.
You like more? You want more?
No, I can. Well, with eating the next one, with other, yeah. All it is, it's in. This is it here.
Yeah?
What's that?
This is the taste here, man.
When you say if you know what I forget to ask earlier, if you ever had it with corn, like, what you mean? Put corn in the pasta? No, I've never had it with corn. I've had it with capers and raisins before. But I guess it's, based on what you like. Mr. Carter, you looking for drama? I'm watching you. But yeah, I'm gonna have another pastel with my family. Off screen.
Boy, you go live whole day. Because now cut my brother.
Y'all want me to go live whole day? Because I still have to cut my son's hair.
Yes. Yes.
Let me see what y'all saying, but y'all have to drop in some gifts, man. If y'all drop in some gifts, I'll go live.
Please drop in gifts.
Do y'all eat fried chicken? We hardly eat fried chicken.
Homemade.
Unless it's homemade by me, we try not to eat much fried chicken at all. OMG, cut here, yes, we want to see you. You haven't checked out my page because I cut my husband's hair live, I cut my son's hair on a live, and I posted the video outside of that.
We want some.
Oh, well, you hear my children? Right, so they want food. So guys, that's it for this one. I will come back live if there's anything to cut my son's hair. So for those of you who are new here, that's how I met you cutting your husband. Now that I remember. Okay, nice. Yeah. So my children are hungry, so I'm gonna have a meal with them. I enjoyed this live with you all. Thank you all so very much for those of you who tuned in. I really did also enjoy chatting with you all. You all made me laugh, really laugh at the end here. I think both my husband and I had a laugh too, but it was really nice, guys. I had some food with you all. You all stayed with me to make the food. Love that. I love it, guys. Thank you all so very much for tuning in. And now I'm gonna just spend some time with the family before I come back live, because I do have someone's here to comb. My brother is my client, so he was supposed to be coming to get his hair combed. Thank you so much for your channel. No problem, Escada. It's nice to have you here. So I'll see you all in the next one, guys. Bye. I love you guys.
Bye.
Son is saying bye.